You wouldn't download a Triceratops as soon got the Dormiano. Oh, I would. I have. Tend to be pretty similar throughout the rest of the skeleton. It's just the skull is wildly different. And, whoop. Well, there goes my visual aid. I'll have to get that later. Let's hope I can find it. I don't want to be littering. Wow, look at that. Look at that, mini pie. Yeah, somebody loves ferns. Model. And I love they put a tail club on the end too. So this critter is one of the best preserved dinosaurs from California. We'll see it over there in a minute. Let's just admire this fleshed out model first. And these big osteoderms, these big armor plates. It's a bone embedded in the skin, like a flexible suit of armor. Big sacral shield back here to protect the hips. Yeah. And then big old shoulder spikes as well. It's lovely. And look at that head. So this is clearly based on Euoplocephalus. Just like the skull is just a solid box of fused bone. And I don't know if they really portrayed it here, but these guys presumably had armored eyelids as well. So, look at that. Yeah. And at the time you said this might be one of the most complete ones in the world, given that it's got the tip at the end?
Yeah, this is the most complete one in the world.
Wow.
It's certainly the most complete one in North America. It's more complete than the ones from Mongolia. Mm-hmm. And what this shows is that the claw is very curved. Mm-hmm. Like people have said in the past that you've seen reconstructions like you can see on this drawing here. Mm-hmm. It's got a quite blunt claw. Well, that was because the original Mononychus claws, the tip is broken, and people didn't realize how curved they were. Mm-hmm. Actually, one of the things that we did a lot of research on claws, and you can see that you can reconstruct the curvature of the claw by modeling a couple of circles on there. But that's relatively recently that people have been doing that, and we started doing it. But this specimen, the little tip, it was broken, but it was right there next to it, and we can see how complete it is. Just incredible, yeah. Murph, thank you for those 10 gift subs. Very generous of you. I really appreciate that. I am just as excited as, well, shoot, as this Tinamou bird is. For the arrival of those 10 generous gift subs. That is... Oh, shoot, not again.
Murph is overloading the system with 10 gift subs.
Thank you, Murph. Holy moly. Don't worry about that Tinamou bird. He'll be fine. Thank you, Murph. Thank you very, very much. Yeah, in fact, according to this particular range map, California, doesn't even exist. But how can that be? I'm here right now, aren't I? I mean... I don't... Just kidding. It used to be the dinosaur with the shortest name back in the 1990s. But nowadays we've got dinosaurs with even shorter names. May kind of took the cake. M-E-I, 3 letters. And then we had Cole, K-O-L. And now we have E, which is Y-I.
And we'll probably never have a shorter dinosaur name than that, unless somebody names one after Prince with the little symbol. And you could have the dinosaur formerly known as Prince. But I think the ICZN might frown upon that. I think we have to use proper Latin characters for dinosaurs, or any other animal being named.
Right at the beginning.
Might be kind of tough to pry here. Oh yeah, it's moving. Okay. 1, 2, 3. I'm gonna reshift a bit. Right here. I feel like I got a pretty good hand out here. We could probably just flip it in hands. All right, ready?
Yeah. 1, 2, 3. Watch your foot, Spencer.
Oh, nicely done, nicely done.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh.
Sweet, okay. All right. Doesn't look like we have any bones. That's just
Excellent.
that iron concretion that kind of looks like bone. That, I'm not sure what that is. That looks like plant material, I think. So yes, a successful flip there.
Very nice, guys, very nice. What is digitigrade? I can show you, Will of the Winds. I can show you right here. So digitigrade just means that an animal walks on its toes. That's how it's...
On formal occasions, he's called Brontosaurus.
In this case...
Big fella, isn't he? 70 feet long. Tips the scales at a substantial 35 tons.
It's actually up in the air. There's a big fleshy pad that would go underneath that. So they walk on their toes, and most mammals do. There's only a few plantigrade mammals. There's us. There's other critters like bears. I think raccoons might also be plantigrade. Yeah, but most mammals, like this ancient killer pig here, this entelodont, they walk on their toes. So this is a wooden model skeleton along with a cast skull. But it'll do the trick. It'll still show us. Right there, you've got the heel that's up in the air. So this whole thing is the foot right there. And I think that's the calcaneum up top, and that's up in the air. Like right here. And I'm riding on a dinosaur right now, Trek Nerd. This is the only dinosaur they had available, you know? When life gives you chickens, you ride a chicken, even if it's a male one. Shoot, I don't bite, and this doesn't either. It's an herbivore. So yeah, just gonna grab the mic like that. Sulfurian says, I'm curious, what's the most challenging part of your work that people usually don't think about?
Anything logistics, water, food.
Yeah.
Nobody anywhere thinks about that.
Yeah, just basic survival stuff out here in the field. Yeah. My partner hasn't gone to my head. But I don't know. I'm still the same old Danny I always was. Where is that crown? I threw it away, Patrick Fire. Dougie Fresh. Hang on, wait, what? 10,000 bits? Am I seeing that correctly? How much is that?
We knew this level was early Cretaceous,
Right.
but we thought it was younger. We thought it was above the calcrete, and it had just been altered to this silica, this chert. And no, this is a whole different bed down here. So that was a big discovery. That's how we discovered there was a lower. This has always been mapped as Morrison.
Yeah, yeah.
Most of this valley is mapped as Morrison in the old maps.
So they got it wrong. Yeah.
I wonder how was anyone to know better.
Yeah.
In fact, they used that sand, the poison strip,
Uh-huh.
to define the base of the Cedar Mountain.
That's really funny.
Mappable unit.
Uh-huh.
So this whole bowl was Morrison, and started looking at what we knew. So
Yeah.
there's probably be a lot of yellow cacks, but
Yeah. Bald Squirrel says, how do you shower in the desert? There's these wonderful things that I have I guess I've had them for every year in the field so far, called wet wipes. And so that's how I do a shower, with wet wipes. And thankfully I have plenty of those, which were actually contributed by our audience here on Twitch. So thank you, viewers, for helping keep me clean. I think that was last summer that those were sent to me from the Amazon wish list, so really appreciate that, everybody. Keeping me fresh and clean out here, to the extent that that is possible. We don't have showers or anything. We don't have electricity. We don't have running water out here. Yeah, we do have a propane-powered refrigerator, which we use sparingly. And yeah, a bunch of water that we trucked in here. But apart from that, we're roughing it, you know? Hey Joe 3, how you doing? Yeah. What? I don't know what's going on here.
Oh, Ted Deschler retired recently? I didn't know that. Interesting. It's kind of rare for a paleontologist to retire. Usually we just die.
Fish,
biologists and paleontologists, this creature was a very old and
Wait, hang on a second. Biologists here, and this is what a paleontologist looks like? Really? Do I look like that, chat? I don't know. Maybe I do. Anyway, you didn't want to say anything, Moosey Fate? Yeah.
When we say a creature is more closely related to another creature than it is to a third creature, it's because they more recently share a common ancestor. It's all about ancestry. This is like the very foundational principle within biology. This is, if you don't know this, you don't know anything about biology, which is why most Americans, unfortunately, don't know anything about biology. That makes me happy. That is pretty cool. I like that a lot.
What kind of timing is that? That's awesome. Jenna Strand, welcome back to Paleontologizing. Thank you for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Thanks for bringing your viewers here. And everybody, check out Jenna Strand's channel if you've not done so yet. Yeah. And Jenna Strand says, I wanted to bring people to look at the dinosaurs. Well, you brought them to the right place, Jenna Strand. We are looking at each and every dinosaur. Each and every genus of dinosaur, at least, available in Prehistoric Kingdom. And, very having just like a fleshed out dinosaur, that's cool. But something like that can look outdated really quickly if we learn more about that dinosaur. We're always learning new things about dinosaurs, and so I wanted to do something a little bit more timeless. And I figure a dinosaur fossil, like as a paleontologist, this is what I study, you know? This is what's meaningful to me. And hopefully that'll be reflected in the artwork that I create.
Less than the third of working with tech. Always assume it'll work. And then feign disgust and shock when it doesn't. Yes, this teaches the technology that you have high expectations for it. Yeah.
Creatures striding across the open plains, eating tons and tons of plants. You don't really have very many of them today. You know?
It was a real surprise.
But Dr. Chin had a hunch that maybe these duck-billed dinosaurs had been snacking on something else entirely.
Ooh.
Vertebrates frequent rotting wood. So if those dinosaurs needed a good source...
Commodore says, a creature the size of a Gundam. Commodore, that's brilliant. Yes. Yes. Yeah. I've never heard that before, and that's kind of perfect. That's only at the very frontier of my understanding what a Gundam is, but it's a giant Japanese fighting robot, right? Yeah. Yeah, you don't get plant-eating animals like that today. You just don't. But you did during the age of dinosaurs. Ferocious carnivore who moves so quickly on its feet. It's like pieces of a puzzle that I love to try and solve. So much fun to think about how a species has evolved, and all the kids who want to see them, they're lining up at our museum. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. All right. Next next up, I think we'll do the Galaxy song. But before we do that, let me just make a quick message. And he got a photo of me in the field. Managed to get me showing off my, yeah, the white meat right there. And Iliumwork says it's so worth it. The world needs all the science outreach it can get. Did anybody else see that coming? Just ambushed. My goodness. I don't think that's ever happened to me. That, Whoa, 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 Now the universe itself keeps on expanding and expanding in all of the directions it can whiz, as fast as it can go, the speed of light, 12,000 miles a minute, and that's the fastest speed there is. So remember when you're feeling very small and insecure, how amazingly unlikely is your birth. And pray that there's intelligent life somewhere up in space, 'cause it's hard to find down here on Earth. There you go. I hope you enjoyed that. I'm trying to think if there's any other songs that I could play.
And this guy pulls something out of his pocket.
Yeah.
Passes it over to me. What do you think of this? And I look at this thing and it's like, this. That's Spielberg's raptor. And I look at it and I go, well, mine's bigger. It's not as fat, it's more of a blade. That one is actually not even a biologic logarithmic curve.
Yeah.
It's a weird curve. And it's textured like a ram's horn, which is not how a claw's gonna look.
Of the dinosaur taxonomy universe is long, but it bends toward consolidation. Sweetie Pie, are you irate? What's going on? Are you filled with rage? Do you want to talk about it, sweetie? Sometimes it helps to talk about these things, What's going on, Sweetie Pie? What is it? She might be upset about the state of science funding in this country, which has certainly got me worked up lately. I appreciate everybody talking with me about that on Tuesday. I'm glad we finally got to discuss that. I know I'd been putting it off for a while, and yeah. Anywho, the disdain is real, says Mustache Mike. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, Sweetie Pie, it's okay. I'm here for you.
Shoot, Starlink is not working right now. I'm not necessarily convinced that it is going to work this summer. I don't know. The technology it isn't there yet, I think they released it before it was ready. But anyway, yeah. Again, my name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist here on Twitch, trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach in the best way that I know how. So here I am talking to you about fossils, about dinosaurs, about the history of life on our incredible planet, from one of the places where we learn about that, Doling's Bowl in Utah. So this is not the name of a town or a city or even a region. It is like basically a little valley here in the Utah desert. We are, I guess, north of Moab right now. The Colorado border is just over there. And there are dinosaurs strewn about all throughout here. So I'm pretty excited to share this with you.
Deserves some even more enthusiasm. That's so neat. Wow, let me see if I can match the pose. Dino news. Somebody clip that. Dino news. Dino news. That is so cool. I don't even know what to say.
Surviving ants may be able to regroup and rebuild. But when they do, the pangolin will be there to destroy it all over again.
Get wrecked, ants. Hello, hello, everybody. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. Happy Wednesday to one and all. Hope you're having a good day so far. We're going to have a fun stream today. There's been more of a general consensus building among the paleontological community about the whole dire wolf de-extinction announcement. So we'll be talking about that today. And we'll also be continuing Marsh Madness. We'll be getting some updates, hopefully, from the emergency fossil dig in St. George, Utah. See if we can call up Andrew Milner there to hear about that. And of course, we'll be doing our Q&A like we always do on every stream. If anybody's here for the very first time, welcome, welcome. And allow me to introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. And I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. Talking about fossils with a heavy emphasis on dinosaurs, since dinosaurs are what I study, what I publish on in the scientific literature, what I present on at scientific conferences, and what I dig up during the summers, as you could probably see during that eclipse reel there. But we don't just talk about dinosaurs. We're going to talk about natural history in general. Paleontology is one of these integrative sciences where, in studying the history of life on Earth, not only do we look at fossils, but we also look at modern organisms to make comparisons. We look at geology, biology, zoology, physics, chemistry. All of this kind of combines in order to give us a picture of the progression of life on our planet Earth. Dinosaurs are just the tip of the iceberg there. I think it's a very interesting iceberg tip, and it's what I work on, but paleontology is not just dinosaurs, and I always want to emphasize that, lest I be accused of being a dinosaur chauvinist. Anyway, it's so good to have all of you here. Let me see who's here in chat, and we'll say hello. Kodali and Matt M33 were first today, I believe. Hello to both of you. I hope you're both having an excellent day. Toddy Waddy is here, and Ari Axis, Arley, and Mustache Mike, Hogan, and the Lenina, Wombat Hole, and Isolated, Melanie Mayhem. We do have a YouTube page where all of the VODs go, so check that out. Diet of Beatus, hello, hello. Crimson Carnotaurus, What's Shaken? Moxie Drinker, konnichiwa to you as well. Konnichiwa a ti también. Claro que sí. Blame me for that loss, hello, hello. MS Coggins, What's Shaken with you? And thank you for waiting for your question there, Blame me.
Every bone that we find tells us something about how the world was 80 million years ago, which is pretty.
Royce Lee, thank you for the follow. Royce Lee, 1980. That kind of rhymes in a way, doesn't it? Hello, Sweetie Pie. Shout out to Wet Wipes Indeed, Diet of Beatus, a field essential. Snowy the Nardofan, how are you doing, Snowy? Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you back. Tax Do, What's Shaken? Charlie's Dragon, hello, hello. Thank you for everything you do, by the way, Charlie's Dragon. He's one of our mods here. I appreciate you. And K-Vast Scaft 1. How are you doing? Welcome back. Papa Meow Meow, thank you for those 200 bits. Appreciate that very much. Alexander Morrison, hello, hello. Wonderful program to watch as I eat my Caesar salad. Excellent. I hope you're enjoying. Jump Jess, how are you doing? What's Shaken? Muso, Danish Viking, Dr. Irrefutable, Salord 2015, No Bark Nomad, Tizier, I made it early enough. You did. Well, except now we've got a cat in front of the camera. There we go. I just gave her some treats too, and she's already come back for more. Sweetie Pie, you are insatiable. Golganek. Have I said hello to you yet, Golganek? Welcome back, Golganek. Appreciate you. Our most stalwart community members. Helvetica Scenario. It's good to see you. Milarella. Hello, hello. Steely Dan. What's shaking? It is the Sweetie Show, isn't it, Charlie's Dragon? It's the Sweetie Show, and we all just have bit parts in it, huh? All the world's a stage, and And Sweetie Pie is the stage master. The stage manager. Yeah. She's got the most lines in the play, just like in Our Town, huh? Yeah, Sweetie Pie. Yeah. Yeah. I'm trying to not show your butt to the camera. That's why we got this longer camera arm. So it's not just cat butt vision all the time. But she really wants it to be, you know? Huh. Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. Oh, look at that face. Let's get those face squishes going. Let's do some face squish rips here. No, where are you going? Huh? Do you want some more treats? Is that what this is about? She does. Look at her lick those chops. Ugh. The rent just keeps getting higher and higher around here. Huh. Yeah. There you go. Look at all those. My goodness. Well, Sweetie Pie. Well. And here's Mini Pie down here, too. Mini Pie is waiting to ascend to the desk. Both landlords here. Well, I'm glad everybody could be here today. Again, I think we're gonna have a fun stream. For March Madness today, we've got 2 matchups. I thought we would just have 1 today, but 2 actually makes more sense. We're gonna have Triceratops versus Nodosaurus, and then Stegosaurus versus Allosaurus today. So it's gonna be a big day in terms of March Madness, and then tomorrow we'll have I guess we'll have Perconodon versus whoever wins this round, and then our final matchup. The winner of the Jurassic West Conference facing off against the winner of the Cretaceous and Miscellaneous Conference. It's gonna be a good time. And Squiggle says every time I tune in, cat. Yep, it happens. And Official Curly TV, want to ask you today, want to ask me what? Yeah, we're going to be talking about the whole direwolf thing, and about how it's not really a direwolf for a number of reasons. But yeah. Just in case I didn't make it clear enough on Monday. Blame, I did not see that question. Let me scroll up. Nope, would you mind reposting it? I don't see it anywhere. Oh, wait, is it about here? Yeah, so Stegosaurus and Kentrosaurus are members of the same family, Stegosauridae. There's a bunch of different stegosaurs. We can talk about them briefly in a minute, but first I gotta pay rent again. It's the problem with having multiple landlords. It's just a shakedown all the time. All the time. Yeah, we can talk about stegosaurs in a minute. Yeah. And there you go, Squiggles. Yeah, well, we'll be talking about that too. It'll be good. And the dingo is a kind of dog, Wombat Hold. They are descended from, I think, from domestic dogs originally. Yeah. Alright, here we go. We rent again. Yeah, it never stops. Look at those. Well. Here we need to tighten up the connections on this arm. got them all. And you're even, it seems like you might even be chewing them. It's a good thing. Here, there's some more. There you go. There you go, mini pie. How's that? Good stuff. There you go. And Misanthrope says no, they were brought by Aboriginals. That's what I said, didn't I? Dingoes are descended from domestic dogs that were. I guess I didn't say it outright, but the implication, because it's correct, is that they were brought there by the first people to move to Oceania. Back when Australia, I think, was still partly connected by land to New Guinea, right? Yeah. Back when sea levels were lower during the Pleistocene. Anyway, good stuff. Yeah. And people complaining about the audio again. Goodness. Trying to let them know. Well, I mean, if there might be some setting way in the guts of OBS that would allow me to advanced audio properties. That's not it. I don't know. I'm gonna say let's just ignore it for now, and you know, you're a bunch of intelligent people. You can figure out how to get the audio working on your end, even if it's a little bit quiet coming off of my end. I didn't mess with any of the settings at all. OBS updated and suddenly things are different, and I had no say in the matter, and I don't know how to fix it at the moment, and I'm not gonna spend half an hour, you know, banging my head against the wall trying to get that sorted. So hopefully you can deal. Anyhow. First off, let's see if we've got any new updates about the situation in St. George. Minipie, I might ask you to scoot over a little bit so I can type on my keyboard. There you go. I'm sorry. So put out by that. I know. I know. There. St. George. Dinosaur. Let's see if there's anything new here. We're now in April. We'll see if we've got anything from April. We looked at this one earlier. I don't suspect we've got anything new here. Okay. So we'll just take a look at this. If any of you are unaware of what we're talking about, we'll just watch this real quick. What is this interface?
Across the street from the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site is a fossil dig site where crews are working on a deadline. The city of St. George is expected to begin construction on a new power substation
thank you,
in May,
Claire. That's excellent.
making the fossils there unattainable. So crews from across the U.S. and as far away as England are trying to pull as much as they can from the ground before then. Paleontologist and science communicator Danny Aduza traveled to Utah from Oakland, California to support these efforts by live streaming on his Twitch channel, Paleontologizing, and joining the excavation.
Yep. About a month ago, I heard from the state paleontologist here in Utah, Jim Kirkland. Fast forward a little bit. Being from California, from the Bay Area, I'm a little bit jealous.
To learn more about paleontologizing, how to volunteer for the fossil dig, and what's being discovered there, read the full story online. This is Alicia Lundgren reporting for St. George News, your #1 source for local news.
Excellent. Yeah. So, here, we'll pull up one more quick video kind of explaining this whole thing. anybody is out of the loop, this should catch you up here. There we go. Claire Burr actually did an excellent edit here. We'll take a look at that.
It's going to be a bit noisy.
Oh.
Hello. Today
Dyson dinosaurs
on the wings
are once again invaluable.
Thank you for the 22 months of support. Thank you so much, Dyson Dinosaur. Today got a minor revision on that paper. Ooh. So Filippo and I were talking about this over direct messages a little while ago. He's got a very exciting paper coming out, hopefully sometime in like the summer. We'll probably be doing a collaborative stream after that comes out, but exciting stuff. I'm not in a position to share any details, but you can do your best to interrogate him if you'd like to learn more about it. But yeah, secret science, at least secret until it comes out. But anyway, Filippo, minor revision. So it was accepted with minor revisions? Is that what you're saying? Because if so, very exciting. Good stuff. Anyway, we're about to call up Andrew Milner in a minute. Let's just play this real quick for anybody who's out of the loop.
It's going to be a bit noisy today. Look what's going on behind me. We've got the heavy equipment here. Welcome everybody to St. George, Utah. We're across the street from the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site Museum. And here we are at this emergency fossil excavation. I'm glad you're here. The whole point of these broadcasts is not just to show you how fossil excavation works, but also to drum up support for the project right here, right now, because this is urgent.
This is great, Claire. This is great.
Welcome to Paleontologizing. If it's your very first time, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and I'm here in Utah. Drove the 11 or 12 hours to get here from the Bay Area to show you this and to help out however I can. We're in the Mojave.
It is well
right
paced,
now.
Claire. This is
Pretty
great.
special place. This is the very beginning of the Jurassic period.
It's cut like a music video, kind
the
of.
extinction
That's
event
often
at the end of the Triassic.
when you've got music.
And so this is a time when the world is changing. You know, this is kind of the beginning of dinosaurs ruling the earth. A lot of the creatures that were sort of dominant before this, things like phytosaurs, things like Rawasuchians, Dicynodonts, those guys have all fallen by the wayside. They've gone extinct. And dinosaurs are beginning to take over the earth right here, right now. At this time that these rocks represent. What's interesting here is that this is basically like the banks of a giant ancient lake we call Lake Whitmore. So at the very beginning of the Jurassic period, 200 million years ago, give or take, this was kind of a marginal coastline environment around an enormous lake. We've got strata here that are from dry land, right near the edge of the water, and then we've got strata that are from under the water. Why is this land not protected if there's so many ancient fossils? Good question. Yeah, that's not necessarily my department. I think it's kind of crazy that this land isn't protected. It belongs to the city, so this is city property here, belongs to the city government, and the city has decided that they're going to build an electrical substation on the site. And so we're doing whatever we can to salvage these fossils before the bulldozers roll in.
So in just a moment, we're going to be calling up Andrew Milner. Who's head of this
I want to make
project.
something
He's
very
curator
clear.
of
This
the
heavy
museum.
equipment over here is on our side. Some local businesses, some local business people, some community members have very generously donated their time and their equipment to help us with this. Very, very grateful these kind folks have stepped in to help us. This is the kind of community support that we really need, and we're deeply grateful to them. I'm going to figure out who they are, actually, so that we can give them a shout out. Who is this right here, so that we can...
So the two dump trucks are from
So there's Andrew Milner right there. We're giving him a call.
the city of St. George, and
They're from the city.
People, they're employees, so that's
Okay.
amazing.
That's awesome.
So that was set up by the city for us. And then in the cat, that's Randy Jones.
Randy Jones.
Yeah, Randy Jones is awesome. He owns
Yeah.
Canyon Crest Contractor.
Awesome. Well, shoot. Thank you, Randy Jones and Amon Bateman. And the city of St. George, too, for lending us those dump trucks and the drivers. That's, we need all the help we can get. So shout out to them. Yeah. Thanks, Andrew.
You're welcome. I'm
Yeah.
about ready to give another contractor a call.
Excellent. Good luck.
Yeah, thank you.
Busy guy. Let's see if we can catch Andrew on the phone. we go. We've got Andrew Milner right there. Let's see if we can catch him on the phone.
Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice messaging system.
That's okay. We'll see if we can get a call back from him later for an update about what's going on in St. George. Let's, yeah. And now, interesting video by Hank Green about the direwolf situation. I think that might have been on our agenda already. Yeah. Before that, though, we had a question about Triceratops and Stegosaurus and the other Stegosaurs. I think this is one of these points that a lot of folks are kind of surprised by. I kind of get the sense that a lot of folks kind of assume that, like, oh, dinosaurs, how many are there? Dinosaurs. How many of them can there be? 5, 6? Maybe 10? How many different kinds of dinosaurs can there possibly be? It's quite a few. We have well over 1,000 different dinosaur genera that have been named. Certainly not all of them are valid. But just to give you a sense for how many different dinosaurs have been described scientifically, this is a mostly comprehensive list right here. There's just the B's right there, now the C's. Just in terms of stegosaurs, there's probably about 30 to 50 different genera of stegosaurs that have been named. Yeah. It's gotta be at least 7, right? It says Mayor Space? Yeah. Diagonal says, some people think moss is one species too. They don't realize there are around 12,000 species of moss. Yeah. And do all stegosaurs have thagomizers? We don't know that absolutely for certain, because most stegosaurs tend to be pretty fragmentary when they're discovered. But all of the ones that we've got a reasonable amount of the skeleton of, like a reasonable portion of the whole osteology, all the bones, they all seem to have tail spikes. I don't know if you'd call it a thagomizer for all of them, because some of them it's not just 4 tail spikes. You know, it's not a neat little quad like that. Some of them have tail spikes running all the way down their back. Like Triceratops, for instance. There's a lovely Triceratops reconstruction right there. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. It's pretty decent as well. Yeah, there's a really nice one. I like that a lot. Anywho, Stegosaurs are an entire family of dinosaurs. So Stegosauria is it's a diverse group, and they're not around for that long. Stegosaurs, their heyday is like the Middle Jurassic until the early Cretaceous, and then they go extinct. So they're not there for the whole reign of the dinosaurs. Certainly not. Not anywhere close. By the middle of the Cretaceous, Stegosaurs are gone. And if you want to get kind of an intro to Stegosaurs, Stegosaurs 101, you could call it. Susie Maidmont, Stegosaurs. Here's a video from one of the world authorities on this group of dinosaurs, Susie Maidmont.
Actually, perhaps unexpectedly, there are a whole range of different stegosaurs out there. So they are known from all around the world, from all the places where they've been found are shown in by these red dots. So they're known from across Europe. There's a couple of species from the UK, across Spain and Portugal, in France. They've also been found in China. There's a few in Africa. I'm going to talk about one of those in a bit more detail later on, and also in North America. And there is probably a stegosaur from Argentina as well. So they're really, really widely.
There have also been reports of stegosaur footprints from Australia. Whether or not they actually are from a stegosaur is disputed, as far as I know. Lulu Ichnis, I think, is the ichnogenus name. Australian Age of Dinosaurs. There we go. So the footprint looks like this. And I actually have a 3D print of that right here. There we are. Lulu Ichnis, right here. Pretty cool. So we could have stegosaurs from 6 of Earth's 7 continents. They almost certainly lived on Antarctica as well, and so it's likely that stegosaurs ranged all across the world. It's pretty cool. Anywho, if you'd like to learn more about stegosaurs, this is a great place to start right here.
And they are most closely related to ankylosaurs. I don't know whether you can see my cursor when I'm screen sharing, but the middle dinosaur here is an ankylosaur. These are kind of small armored tank-like animals. They're kind of like walking coffee tables.
Around the world.
And they are most closely related to stegosaurs. Now, the ankylosaurs and the stegosaurs kind of have an interesting relationship because what I'm showing here is along the bottom, I've got millions of years before present, and up the side, I've got the number of genera, so the number of different types that we know. And what you can see is the black line shows sort of stegosaur diversity through time, whereas the grey line shows ankylosaur diversity. And as I say, these two are closely related, and they both must have evolved at some point in the early to early middle Jurassic. And you can see that stegosaurs reach the peak of their diversity at the end of the Jurassic period, and this is when they're most
plummeted diversity.
Rogan 27 and their 10 raiders would also like to dig deeper.
Well, it's pretty near the mark. Actually, I'm a paleontologist.
Rogan 27.
We dig deeper.
Thank you for the raid there. I hope you had an excellent stream. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. How you doing, Rogan? Hello. And Bast and Cider, how are you doing? Welcome. Good to have you here. Looks like you were doing some science and technology too. Welcome. If anybody's here for the very first time, quick introduction. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I study dinosaurs. We're talking about stegosaurs real briefly. We could probably wrap this up, actually. But we're going to jump into our direwolf de-extinction discussion here in just a moment. Some of you have probably heard the news about this, and we already talked about this on Monday. People have been clamoring for more coverage, and so we're going to do that. We're going to talk about why that stunt is not a direwolf. Might still be cool and interesting. Might be still something to get excited about potentially, but it's not been represented properly in media. So I want to give you a more balanced view on things. So we'll be looking at what some other paleontologists have been saying about this, and I'm here to answer whatever questions you might have. Nell, I've got that video right here. We're gonna look at it in a bit, but I want to first give some background. Yeah, it's a liar wolf, says how to do it. Oh boy. And what's a more appropriate name for these modified animals? I mean, it's a wolf with some modified genes. It's a gray wolf with some genetic tinkering. Not a dire wolf. Yeah. Canis lupus colossus. There you go. See if she can, yeah. And I don't know if I would even call it a chimera Helvetica scenario, because that implies that you've got genes from different creatures together, and that's not what they did here. They didn't actually do any transgenic stuff where they're taking genes from one organism and adding it. They just made a few gene modifications. They're not adding anything new, so it wouldn't be a chimera in that sense. Anywho, yeah. And Misanthrope says, isn't red wolf more closely related to a dire wolf? I don't know about red wolves. I think red wolves are still Canis lupus, aren't they? Things like jackals or dholes or maned wolves might be more closely related to dire wolves. Halle Berry, thank you for the 2 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Good stuff. Yeah. Anywho, yeah. Let's see if one zoom is working today. Cross your fingers. Come on. Yeah, all right. Let's jump into genus Canis right here. These are dogs and wolves and their relatives. There we go. So, genus Canis is right here. There are 6 living species. Yeah, it was once thought that the dire wolf, let's see if I can find you. There we go. Lovely painting by Charles R. Knight of a scene at La Brea in Los Angeles, these famous tar pits, liquid asphalt pits. You've got an American lion, you've got camelops, this yesterday's camel as it's sometimes called, American horses, ground sloths, I think that's Paramylodon there. And then you've got these guys, once known as Canis dirus, the dire wolf. So it's a dog-like carnivorous mammal. It is the most common large mammal in the La Brea tar pits. There's been about 4,000 skulls of them discovered over the years. Really, really numerous there. It was always kind of assumed that they're related to modern wolves. For a long time, since their skulls look fairly wolf-like, it was thought, oh, this is a different and now extinct species of wolf. But some more recent study, actually looking at DNA from wolves and from dire wolves, Canis dirus, has suggested that, shoot, the DNA is really different from that of modern wolves. These guys might not be closely related at all. Rather than being a member of this family right here, a member of the genus Canis, they may have actually evolved from an earlier ancestor. Maybe way back here, or even further back, right about here. They may have split off about there, so they might be more closely related to like a raccoon dog, or maybe one of these critters like a dhole or a short-eared dog than they are to wolves. So yeah, does that make sense? And why aren't dingoes on the one zoom tree? Clipper, they're a kind of dog. So dingoes are a kind of, they're, like we were talking about earlier, they evolved from domestic dogs. The first Australians brought their during the Pleistocene, as I understand it. Dingo. Yeah, either included in the same species as Canis familiaris, that's the domestic dog, or considered one of the following independent taxa: Canis familiaris dingo, Canis dingo, or Canis lupus dingo. Yeah, it's a basal lineage of dog found in Australia. It is variously considered a form of domestic dog, not warranting recognition as a subspecies, or a subspecies of dog or wolf, or a full species in its own right. Again, it kind of gets to that idea like we were discussing with Balint the other day. The idea of a species is, well, species aren't always cut and dry. They don't always form these neat little boxes, as we always say. Nature is a bit messier than that. Given that populations of living things evolve over time, there's gradients, there's gray areas, there's spectra there, and as new species are evolving, at what moment do you call it, yeah, that's definitely a new species? It's impossible oftentimes to pinpoint exactly when something becomes a new species. So dingoes might be in the process of becoming a new species. They are in the process of becoming a different species. But are they there yet? It's a gray area, and not everybody agrees, you know? Does that make sense? Yeah. Anywho. And Diagonal says, I didn't know dholes were real animals. I've only ever heard of them in fiction. Interesting. Huh. I didn't realize that dholes were in fiction. Like, yeah. They're canid native to Southeast and Southeast Asia. Dholes. Cool critters. They are endangered nowadays. There is their current range. India, parts of China, and parts of... is it the Malay archipelago there? So anywho, that critter, the dhole, might be more closely related to the dire wolf than wolves are. Dire wolves are probably not actual wolves at all. There's still dispute about this. There's still discussion. Yeah. And are jungle dogs also true canids? Pretty sure they are, Dilophosaurus noris. Yeah. Jungle dog?
I didn't know what dinosaurs was all about until these boys come.
Looky Lucille, 55 months right there. Thank you, Looky Lucille. Thanks for keeping me here on the air for that long. I appreciate you. Yeah. Jungle dog. Do you mean African wild dog or jackal or something? Also called Cape hunting dogs, I believe. Yeah. There we go. Also called the painted dog and Cape hunting dog. It's a wild canine. It's the only extant member of the genus Lycaon, which is distinguished from Canis by dentition highly specialized for hypercarnivorous diet. Lack of dew claws. Hogan, thank you for the 100 bits. Appreciate that, Hogan. Thank you. And Christopher Price, Music 25. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Thank you for the follow. Anyhow, yeah. Good stuff. And Charlie's Dragon says dire wolves are further away than dholes. Dholes and gray wolves split 3.5 million years ago.
Dinosaurs lived a long time ago.
Looky Lucille.
Terrible lizards.
Thank you for the 1,000 bits. I appreciate that. Thank you, Looky Lucille. Appreciate it. Yeah. Good stuff. Oh, and it looks like we got a shout out from V. Lee Mars 15 a minute ago. Let's have some friendly retaliation there. Somebody doing some music there. Excellent. Cool. It's always neat when I see shout-outs show up in my activity feed on OBS. Go check out their channel. They've been friendly enough to shout us out. We're doing the same thing. Anywho, yeah. Charlie's Dragon says direwolves are further away than dholes. Dholes and grey wolves split 3.5 million years ago. Grey wolves and direwolves 5.8. Here's the thing, Diagonal, or Charlie's Dragon, sorry. I don't think there's a super strong consensus on that yet. I know if you're looking up different references online, you might get specific numbers about when those different species diverged. But I think you've got different groups of researchers who are still hashing this out. They're still trying to figure out the details here. So I think there's still some degree of uncertainty when exactly dire wolves diverged. I don't think that's 100% a done deal yet. Again, it would be really cool to have to be able to interview a researcher about this. If I'd had more time this week, would have seen if I could do that, but I've got too many other things going on. But yeah, just skimming Wikipedia. Exactly, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah, that's my point, is that while Wikipedia can be a really good source of information on fossil critters, the stuff in Wikipedia is the stuff that you'll find, it works based on citations, references, and some of the stuff isn't fully fleshed out yet. We don't... Like I was saying, some of it's still a little bit up in the air. Yeah. So always subject to revision. Exactly, Diagonal, yeah. Yeah, and molecular clock stuff is... I don't know. As a paleontologist who works mostly with, like, morphology, bone phenotypes, this genomic stuff, since I don't understand it that much, and I don't know really how to evaluate that information, I always take it with a grain of salt, Especially because some molecular phylogenies, especially early on, have been wildly wrong. There is a... I don't know. I'm trying to remember the citation for this, but there was a famous molecular paper that came out, and it's like, oh yeah, whales? Their closest living relative is apes. It's like, what? What are you talking about? That's not what the fossil record shows. It also said, oh yeah, whales, they diverged, 10 million years ago, based on molecular data. It's like, what are you... We've got fossils of whales going back 50 million years. But they didn't think to consult with any paleontologists or really even look at what the fossil record shows, and so they were wrong. And they made some sort of a goof in their data, and it completely threw off their conclusion. So anyway.
Meows and their 15 raiders are about to get flattened by dinosaurs.
Veely Mars, well. Howdy, howdy. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's great to have you here, Veely Mars. How was your stream? What kind of music did you get up to? And did you have a good time? Orbiting into your awesome channel, Celtic Last Creations and Veely Mars. I appreciate you being here. Christopher Price Music. Hello. And Celtic Last Creations, thank you for the follow. It's good to have you here. Chris Kaizen, shaking with you. Good to have you.
The ponderous Trecodon, 32 feet long and 14 feet high. 1,500 teeth, and not a single cavity.
Thank you, Chris Kaizen. Welcome to Paleontologizing. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach from my office here in the beautiful, sunny San Francisco Bay Area. Right on cue. Beautiful, sunny San Francisco Bay Area. I work on dinosaurs primarily, and that's most of what I talk about here on stream, because that's what I publish on in the scientific literature. That's what I discuss at scientific conferences. dinosaurs are what I dig up during the summers, as I'll show you right here. But today, we will be talking about dinosaurs, but we'll be talking about some other stuff, too.
Dramatic stuff. Dinosaur footprints.
Sketchy tracks.
The lighting is not going to be the best for that right now, because the angle on the sun's pretty high.
Speaking of sketchy tracks.
It's also kind of diffuse, so we're not going to get real strong shadows. But that's okay. And where was our really pretty one? That one's not too shabby right there. Also kind of eroded, but 1 toe, 2 toes, 3 toes, and there's the heel right here.
Yeah, so you're looking at a dinosaur footprint right there.
Left foot, I would guess, given how the toes are curving. So they kind of curve out to the sides a little bit. You see the same thing in like emus today. They've got a really similar kind of similar shaped foot. Yeah. Anywho, yeah.
And Delafo Mazanoris says, if you go near Green River, Utah on a dig this summer, you should take a day to go fly fishing. I think you mean Green River, Wyoming. But I'm actually going to be near both Green Rivers.
The field isn't narrow to what we understand.
I don't like
fishing.
fishing.
On the contrary, we stretch our understanding to try and take in the universe.
Bast Insider, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, I'll be back out here in St. George, Utah next week.
Mind saying the name of the TV station again? The one from the other day, where Alicia or donate the land to the city, and then with some community support, they built a museum.
Anyhow.
It's too
dusk.
Here's
Andrew Milner. Hopefully he'll be giving us a call back pretty soon.
For the news thing over here.
Yeah,
but, you should talk to Paul.
Yeah.
Have you ever spoken to Paul?
I have not. I've never met him before.
He's
Yeah.
a famous dude.
Yeah.
When it comes to paleontology and geology.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
And he's a big supporter of this site.
Mm-hmm. Looking forward to talking to him.
Anywho, hopefully we'll get a call from Andrew pretty soon. We called him live on stream earlier, and he's, I'm sure, doing 20 different things at once right now, trying to run the site. But hopefully he'll give us a call back, and here, what I'll do is I'll open up the messages tab here and put that there. Give me a call if you have time. So I can... we can get an update. We can get an update from the site. Anywho, yeah, we're gonna get into the whole direwolf thing, and well, we're kind of getting into it already, but we got a raid and we've got a couple more questions. We'll tackle those, then we'll get back to the whole direwolf debacle. Christopher Price Music wants to know about Gondwana, the great southern supercontinent, and the dinosaurs that lived on it. Their fossils have been found in modern-day Antarctica. Yeah, Antarctica, Australia, Africa, South America. Their powers combined. Oh, and also Madagascar and India was part of Gondwana as well. Quick run through. When dinosaurs first evolved, this is more or less what our planet looked like. You've got North America, South America, Africa, India, Antarctica, Australia over here, and then Europe and Asia up there. So, Pangea, all Earth. On the other side, Panthalassa, all ocean. Those are the names that have been given to this ancient supercontinent and superocean. Now, as time goes on, the continent breaks up, and dinosaurs are kind of along for the ride. This is where you get the kind of the real distinction between Laurasia in the north, that's North America, Europe, and Asia, and in the south, Gondwana, South America, Africa, India, Madagascar, Australia, and Antarctica. Dinosaurs from Gondwana are underrepresented. They are, they're not as well studied as the dinosaurs from the northern continents. Part of that is that there's probably a little bit less exposed rock on the southern continents. You've got entire continents that are almost inaccessible, like Antarctica, for instance. There are a few dinosaurs that are from there, but they are difficult to find. I'm beyond flattered. Yeah. Australia can also be a challenging place to find fossils because there's not a lot of topography there. We were just talking about this yesterday. But South America, Argentina, the Patagonia region in particular, treasure trove of dinosaur fossils. And one of the people who works there is Matt LaManna.
Condescending or something like that.
I think some are pretty exotic, so yeah.
And shoot, I've told you this already, but when I was a kid, there is this TV show that my dad taped for me called The Lost Dinosaurs of Egypt. I think I was about 10 years old, and I thought this was the coolest thing in the world. This group of paleontologists go out to Egypt to try and sort of rediscover some of these mysterious Egyptian dinosaurs, many of which, I think pretty much all of which at that point, had been destroyed in World War II.
100%.
And Matt LaManna was on that crew, and so I watched that tape so many times I practically wore it out. And now, you know, get to have Matt out here in the field with us, and now you're on my show, which is crazy.
And you've been a lifesaver to me and my people as well from Pittsburgh.
Shoot,
so,
I appreciate that. No,
this dude is one of the best field people I've ever worked with. No joke. Yep. And
wow.
he's not paying me to say that. And this is only my second beer, so.
No, I'm beyond flattered.
Danny is fantastic, absolutely fantastic, and I'm so grateful when I hear stories like what you talked about that show being meaningful to you. I mean, it was a certainly really meaningful experience in my life, and you know, we were hoping it would have an impact on people, and you know, happily I think it has. So
definitely, yeah. I'm sure you inspired a lot of people to get into paleontology.
It was.
So Matt LaManna should hopefully be on our crew in Wyoming again this next summer in June. Very excited for that. So hopefully we'll be seeing a lot more of Matt. He's the curator of the Carnegie Museum, or curator of paleontology, I think, at the Carnegie Museum of Natural History in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, USA. Where does he talk about Gondwana stuff? I think we've got some... Let's see. Antarctica. This might be.
And a couple of bones from Antarctica that are likely those of hadrosaurids.
From the late Cretaceous?
Yeah, from the there's the tooth I would say is basically a no doubter. It's you know, it's either a hadrosaurid or some derived hadrosauroid.
Sure. Say that 5 times fast.
I know, exactly. So hadrosaurs did, I would say, displace titanosaurs to some degree, but they never displaced them entirely. You know, just the way that, you know, things like Allosaurus found a way to coexist with North American hadrosaurs.
Right. Yeah.
Yep.
Interesting.
Yep.
That would also imply.
Anywho, yeah, and we've got lots of really cool fossils from Antarctica showing that the climate used to be much warmer there, not because it was much further north, as I understand it, but mostly just because Earth's climate was a lot warmer. There was much more carbon in the atmosphere back during that time. And that caused global temperatures to go way up. Here we go. I'll give you a link. We're not going to watch this whole thing. I just want to give you a taste.
A frozen continent at the end of the Earth. Almost devoid of animals and plant life. But millions of years ago, it was a land of great dinosaurs.
There's Cryolophosaurus there.
Inhabiting a lush, forested
First ever
ecosystem.
dinosaur named from Antarctica.
Here,
Glacialosaurus.
agile Antarctic
chased by
predators
Cryolophosaurus.
hunted fleet-footed prey. This huge continent was also a refuge for hardy beasts that survived a great mass extinction. And giant pre-dinosaur reptiles weighing over a ton.
Yeah, it's not easy to work there and find these fossils. Matt Lamana has done it.
Into this lost world travel a team of scientists, hoping to unearth the secrets of Antarctica's mysterious past. To venture into the most challenging place to search for fossils on Earth.
There's a lot of rock saws down there, a lot of jackhammers. Good stuff. Here is a link to that if you're curious and you'd like to find out more. But we got to get back to our topic. And where did the carbon come from back then? So, Earth's temperature throughout, the last 4.5 billion years has fluctuated a lot. Earth's climate, average temperatures have gone up and gone down for various reasons. Oh. Hang on a second. Lana Lux, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Holy cow. Texi 3D, or is that Tex L 3D? Welcome. Lana Lux, I hope you had a wonderful stream. Welcome to Paleontologizing. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. We are going to be probably answering some more dinosaur questions real quick.
Something like this, it may be something that's never been seen.
Nikki Minaj, 6'4", and Mr. Fred, thank you for the follows. Pennant 235, dinosaur skull in background. Yeah, I've got a life-size Allosaurus skull, 3D printed back here. We're going to be talking about Allosaurus toward the end of today's stream. So if you want to hear about that, stick around. And Danny, only 18 more days? What, until World Tapir Day? Tapir 2342? Yeah. I think it's on our calendar. Anyway, I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. Dinosaurs are what I study.
What are
I publish on in the scientific literature. There we go. Monday the 28th, we'll be celebrating World Tapir Day. Thank you, Slater USA, for the follow. Welcome. Dinosaurs are what I'm all about. This time next week, I'm going to be back out there in Utah on an emergency dinosaur dig. This was
very cool.
He was just studying some of the
a couple weeks ago.
Nice.
Okay. Our crabs and trays and stuff.
Very cool. Thanks, Andrew. Yeah, I'll make sure.
You're welcome.
Yeah, make sure I talk to him. We were getting some compliments on your shirt earlier too.
No. I wish I had another one still in good condition. I can't remember. I forgot the guy that sent it.
Yeah.
No, finally beat.
When do you get a second half of something?
Yeah.
He made these.
Oh, cool.
Anyway, yeah. If any of you happen to have any questions about dinosaurs, about the fossil record, about extinction and evolution, about the history of life on Earth, don't hesitate with those questions. That's why I'm here. That's the whole point of these streams, is to do science outreach, to try and give people an inside peek into how fossil science works, why it's important.
He'll tell you that in nature.
Froster in 1216, thank you for the follow. Welcome. A lot of you have probably heard news of the
fossil skeletons are never found complete.
This whole direwolf
Always
thing.
Missing bones, missing parts.
We'll be further dissecting this today. Oh boy, misleading headline here. Direwolves have been brought back from extinction. This is incorrect, and we'll be talking about why.
An iguanodon.
Erotted, thank you for the follow. Welcome. And Aggie, thank you for the follow as well. Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah. It was just a modification of an existing wolf's DNA. Exactly, Gravity. Yeah, and we'll be talking about that. But yeah. Anywho, and Trooperella, we have a command for that. This necklace, inside here, I've got a sample of what we call the KPG boundary, the Z coal from the KPG boundary. That's the layer of rock that was laid down 66 million years ago when a giant asteroid struck the Earth and caused the extinction of the dinosaurs, except for some birds. That's what's in here. A sample from that particular layer. And we've been calling them GMO wolves, and it's a fun name. There you go, Fallen Orpheus. Yeah. And Slater USA says, when you're out in the field, do you or others pack antidote stuff for snake bites or dinosaur bites? No. I've been out in the field before and encountered rattlesnakes many times. Never been bitten by one. Anti-venom tends to be really expensive, and it also has an expiration date. There are entire counties in the western United States. There are probably entire states nowadays that just don't have any snake anti-venom, rattlesnake anti-venom, because it's too expensive to keep around. I've worked with people before who have gotten bitten by rattlesnakes in the field and then driven like 6 hours to get to a hospital. Like, this happened to one lady who was out working in the Hell Creek Formation. She got bit by a rattler. Her legs started swelling up. They threw her into a truck, sped off toward the nearest town, and they thought, oh yeah, we don't have any anti-venom here. You've got to go to the big hospital in the center of the state, see if they have some. They get there, and at that point, her leg had just turned black and swelled up even more. And they're like, well, before we give you the anti-venom, because it's very expensive, and we only have one sample of it, let's just wait and see if the swelling goes down. Thankfully it did. Thankfully she survived. But they didn't want to give it to her. So anyway, anti-venom is, as I understand it, very expensive. And, really hard to get. Even if you've been bitten by a rattlesnake. So yeah. Anyhow. She doesn't do fieldwork anymore. That gal who got tagged by the rattler. And I don't blame her. She thought she was gonna die. And Doc is all, let's just wait, maybe it'll be fine. Yeah, that's exactly what happened, as I understand it. Yeah. Better wear some good boots then? Absolutely. So, here. The boots that I wear in the field, like you see in all those clips, are these. They're 8-inch hunting boots, which is kind of funny for a vegetarian to be wearing, but you know, they're 8 inches tall, and they are, like, if a rattlesnake, for whatever reason, tries to bite you through this, it's probably not going to go through. So, it's a good thing to have, for sure. It's a good thing to have. She got rattled by it. Absolutely, Princess, yeah. Anyhow, yeah. You hunt too, you're just hunting for bones, says Mayor of Space. It's true, it reminds me actually of, this is written in kind of a very lofty way, but let me find for you a passage in this book that talks about that concept. There we are. This is a biography of Charles Hazelius Sternberg, called The Life of a Fossil Hunter. And the guy who wrote the preface was Henry Fairfield Osborne. Same guy who named Tyrannosaurus and Velociraptor and a number of other dinosaurs. He talks about this this idea of like paleontologists almost being big game hunters. Just a brief aside. We'll read this because I like it, and it's a little over the top, but I think you might enjoy it too. Our bookshelves contain the lives or narratives of adventure of many hunters of living game, but the life of a fossil hunter has never been written before. Both are in the closest touch with nature, and therefore full of interest. The one is as full of adventure, excitement, and depression, hope and failure as the other, yet there is ever the greater difference that the hunter of live game, though sportsman that he may be, is always bringing live animals nearer to death and extinction, whereas the fossil hunter is always seeking to bring extinct animals back to life. This revivification of the past, of the forms which once graced the forests and plains, and the rivers and seas, is attended with as great fascination as the quest of live game, and to my mind, is a still more honorable and noble pursuit.
Shudder of history's most ferocious killer, Tyrannosaurus.
Beardiation, thank you for the follow. The richness of the great American fossil fields, which extend over the vast arid and semi-arid area of the West, scattered over both the Great Plains region and the Great Mountain region, has resulted in the creation of a distinctly American profession, that of fossil hunting. The fossil hunter must first of all be a scientific enthusiast. He must be willing to endure all kinds of hardships, to suffer cold in the early spring and the late autumn and early winter months, to suffer intense heat and the glare of the sun in summer months, and he must be prepared to drink alkali water, and in some regions to fight off the attack of the mosquito and other pests. He must be something of an engineer in order to be able to handle large masses of stone and transport them over roadless wastes of desert to the nearest shipping point. He must have a delicate and skillful touch to preserve the least fragments of bone when fractured. He must be content with very plain living, because the profession is seldom, if ever, remunerative. He is almost always invariably underpaid. He must find his chief reward and stimulus in the sense of discovery and the dispatching of specimens to museums, which he has never seen, for the benefit of a public which has little knowledge or appreciation of the self-sacrifices which the fossil hunter has made. So yeah, there you go. Henry Fairfield Osborn, who is very much a pompous doofus, but sometimes he made some pretty words. Anyway. But that idea of the paleontologist, the fossil hunter, being kind of like a big game hunter, only the opposite. Bringing extinct creatures back from the dead, at least metaphorically, rather than bringing them closer to extinction, like the big game hunter does. I think that's kind of poetic. It's interesting, and it's hopefully an appropriate aside before we get into the whole direwolf de-extinction thing. Let's jump into that now, shall we? I was just gonna say he sounds a bit full of himself. Yeah, Osborn never really... The funny thing is, he didn't do much field work. He was very much like an East Coast fancy lad. He was not keen on being out there in the field and actually working in remote, desolate regions. He was very content to be back in his office in New York City, you know, the whole year round. Anyway, and those are the ones with all the opinions, says Marcy Wax Songs, yeah. Anyway, yeah. Figment Pudding says about that passage, I'm gonna think of this the next time I go picking through brachiopods at Caesar's Creek in the search for a trilobite. I'm gonna pause, put my hands on my hips, stare wistfully at the sky for a few minutes. You do that, Figment Pudding. And enjoy it. Anyhow, let's get into the whole direwolf thing. before I get too distracted again. Here we are. Yeah, let's jump in here, I guess.
Hello there. We at Colossal Biosciences would like to make an important announcement.
We stand today
oh boy.
On the edge of a...
So here's the thing, is that this is a, like, biosciences company that's, you know, they're very big on garnering hype, on getting media attention. They put a lot of effort into the optics of everything. And they are doing some cool and interesting things, but as a paleontologist, like, I'm kind of allergic to overhype on stuff like this. I think a lot of scientists are, especially when they're making really extraordinary claims. So take this with an appropriate sized grain of salt here.
New frontier.
And hey, science streams,
yeah. There's a lot of clues out there, you know, if you knew how to put them in.
Nature once determined how we survive. Now we determine how nature survives.
We are pleased to announce that for the first time ever in history, we have successfully resurrected a prehistoric pop culture icon.
It's a direwolf.
Which, again, I don't really pay attention to a lot of this stuff, so this is all news to me. I didn't know until just a couple years ago, maybe, that direwolves are like a fixture in like fantasy media and stuff. They're a real animal. We've got over 4,000 skulls of them from La Brea alone, from the tar pits there. But I didn't realize that people in the general public were aware of these animals primarily through fictional media. That's all news to me, you know?
You actually have direwolves?
What do you mean?
The dire wolf isn't a fantasy, it's real, and Colossal has successfully de-extinct.
What do you mean it's not a fan? Again, it does make me a little bit sad to realize that like a lot of people thought that this is a fictional animal.
This amazing species, which hasn't walked the earth in over 10,000 years. First, we extracted direwolf DNA from a 72,000-year-old skull, and then used that DNA to assemble and build out a reference genome. From there, we isolated the correct genes, engineered them into a gray wolf cell, and then cloned and implanted the nucleus to get the basis of a direwolf embryo.
Really cool.
Once the embryo divided, we implanted it into a surrogate, and voila, the direwolf was reborn.
It's amazing. It's amazing.
Whether we like change or not, it's pretty much guaranteed.
That's right.
So I know who that is. That's George Church, who's a genetic researcher. Belinda can tell you all about him. He's done some really cool stuff. And George Martin. I don't know who that is. This is George Church, though. Yeah.
That's right. Things will change for the better.
Here's to the young wolf. Science!
I don't believe it! There she goes again!
So what now?
We will continue what we do best. Restore the past for a better future tomorrow.
Okay, so that's essentially just like a sizzle reel. Okay, well, you see the amount of effort that they've poured into media stuff around this. A lot of hype there. A lot of hype there. Let's talk about what's real and what's just hype. Article here, I think came out yesterday on BBC. Experts dispute claim dire wolf brought back from extinction. It's an awkward headline. right, so these are...
De-extinction to us is, recreating these phenotypes. So a gray wolf...
So this is Beth Shapiro here, who is a well-respected kind of paleogeneticist, I guess you could say. That's kind of her specialty. She's written a book about this that I started reading and then stopped just because, I don't know, it's not written for a scientific audience. It's written for a popular audience, and I just didn't feel like I was getting much out of it. But she is legit. She is a well-respected scientist here. I hope that this isn't a stain on her career if...
is the closest living relative of a direwolf. They're genetically really similar, 99.5%.
And so this is going to be one of the major disputed claims here, that the direwolf is actually related to modern wolves. There's a growing consensus within paleontology that the direwolf is not a wolf at all. That it's part of an earlier lineage of canids, part of the dog family. Not really anywhere close to wolves. That could be wrong. All of this kind of hinges on that, I suppose. That's really the most important thing here. If we're trying to figure out, is what they're doing here legit? Couldn't they actually call this a dire wolf in any sense of the phrase? If it turns out that dire wolves, like paleontologists have been saying for a few years now, are not actually anywhere close to modern wolves, if they're not closely related, then everything that they're doing here has nothing at all whatsoever to do with dire wolves. They're claiming that they have more or less a...
Every bone that we find tells us something about how the world was 80 million years ago.
Dominic Jejum, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Here. They're claiming that they've got DNA from dire wolves and that they've got the best sample that anybody's ever gotten. And they've been able to decode the genome, and they're saying, look, it's 99.5% similar or whatever to a modern gray wolf. That's kind of the claim here. That could be true or that could be false. We don't really know yet. They're sitting on this data. They haven't published it yet. They could be right. But I don't know. I'm starting to have bigger and bigger doubts about that. Play.
So a gray wolf is the closest living relative of a dire wolf. They're genetically really similar.
Are they though?
99.5%
Are they really
similar? And phenotypically, their morphology is also similar. Only dire wolves are larger, more muscular, and have these light-colored coats and other things that we can see from the fossils. And so we targeted...
I don't think we know what their coat color was from the fossil record, nor do we necessarily know what their musculature was.
DNA sequence variants that we believe lead to those traits. And then we edited gray wolf cells to contain those dire wolf DNA variants. And then we cloned those cells and created our dire wolves.
Yes, they have slightly genetically modified wolves, maybe. And that's probably the best that you're going to get. And those slight modifications seem to
really derive sub to Christopher Price.
Thank you, Vili Mars. I really appreciate that.
This is their first gift sub in the channel.
Thank you for the gift sub there. I appreciate
Retrieved direwolf material. Does that make it a direwolf? No. Does it make a slightly modified grey wolf? Yes. And that's probably about it.
Huh. There you go. There is a magnificent snow white wolf on the cover of Time magazine today, accompanied by a headline announcing the return of the dire wolf. Big claims. Big if true. This now extinct species is possibly most famous for its fictional role in Game of Thrones. Is it really? It's most famous from something that's fictional? But it did exist more than 10,000 years ago, yes, when it roamed across the Americas, north and south. The company Colossal Biosciences is behind today's headlines and announced that it used deft genetic engineering and ancient DNA to breed 3 direwolf puppies and de-extinct the species. While the young wolves, Romulus, Remus, and Khaleesi, represent an impressive technological breakthrough, independent experts say they are not actually dire wolves. Zoologist Philip Seddon for the University of Otago in New Zealand explained the animals are genetically modified gray wolves. Colossal publicized its efforts using similar cutting-edge genetic techniques to bring back extinct animals, including the woolly mammoth and the Tasmanian tiger. Meanwhile, experts have pointed to important biological differences between the wolf on the cover of Time and the dire wolf that roamed and hunted during the last ice age. Paleogeneticist Dr. Nick Rollins, also from Otago University in New Zealand, explained how ancient direwolf DNA, extracted from fossilized remains, is too degraded and damaged to biologically copy or clone. Ancient DNA is like if you put fresh DNA in a 500-degree oven overnight, Dr. Rollins told BBC News. It comes out fragmented, like shards and dust. You can reconstruct it, but it's not good enough to do anything else with. Instead, he added, the de-extinction team used new synthetic biology technology, using ancient DNA to identify key segments of code that they could edit into the biological blueprint of a living animal, in this case a gray wolf. So what Colossal has produced is a gray wolf, but it has some dire wolf-like characteristics, like a larger skull and white fur, Dr. Rollins said. It's a hybrid. I don't even know if you would call it a hybrid. A hybrid kind of implies like interspecies breeding, right? Or interpopulation breeding or something like that. Dr. Beth Shapiro, biologist from Colossal Biosciences, said that this feat does represent de-extinction, which she described as recreating animals with the same characteristics. A gray wolf is the closest living relative of a dire wolf. They're genetically really similar. Again, do we actually know that or no? So we targeted DNA sequences that lead to direwolf traits and then edited gray wolf cells. We then cloned those cells and created our dire wolves. And Patrick Crusader, not like in Jurassic Park, no. There's nothing transgenic being done here where they're taking DNA from one creature and putting it into another. It's just tweaking, it's making a mutant wolf, basically. It's not a hybrid, it's not a chimera, it's not a, using direwolf DNA and putting that into a gray wolf nucleus. It's not direwolf DNA. They just modified some bits of a gray wolf genome. It's basically like a bespoke mutant, I guess. Yeah. According to Dr. Rollins, though, direwolves diverged from gray wolves anywhere between 2.5 to 6 million years ago. Within a completely different genus to gray wolves, he said. Colossal compared the genomes of the direwolf and the gray wolf, and from about 19,000 genes, they determined that 20 changes in 14 genes gave them a direwolf. The edited embryos were implanted in surrogate domestic dog mothers. According to the article in Time, all three wolves were born by planned cesarean section to minimize the risk of complications. Colossal, which was valued at $10 billion US in January, is keeping the wolves on a private 2,000-acre facility at an undisclosed location in the northern US. The pups certainly look like many people's vision of a dire wolf, do they? And the story has gathered global attention. But why is this scientific distinction important? Because extinction is still forever, Dr. Rollins told BBC News. If we don't have extinction, how are we going to learn from our mistakes? Is the message now that we can go and destroy the environment and that animals can go extinct, or we can bring them back? That's something that I talked about on Monday, too. I don't want people to get this idea that, like, oh, this incredible bioscience company has, unlocked the ability to just bring extinct species back from the dead. So it doesn't matter, whether habitats get destroyed and species get wiped out. We can always just bring them back later. No, don't think that way, because it's not the case, and that's extremely counterproductive, So I share that concern, that people might have that attitude, especially people who aren't particularly well informed, For instance, like, people running the federal government right now. Anywho, yeah. Anyhow, see if I can find another article. Yeah. Oh, shoot. So this guy came up in conversation the other day when I was pointing out some of the, like, garbage AI images that Colossal was using on their website. I said, why not hire an actual paleo artist to produce some of this work? You know? Like, they're in desperate need of paid work, and the results are going to be much better than just some AI slop that a computer farts out. I said, why not hire somebody like Gabriel Agueto? And here he is. This is direwolf Anacyon dirus thread. No, these wolves in the news yesterday are not direwolves. To be clear, those are gray wolves with just a few genes modified based on direwolf DNA through CRISPR. And is it the extent to which it's actually based on direwolf DNA? I think even that's a little suspect. The genus Anacyon has a deep evolutionary history, and it's separated from that lineage, which includes jackals, dholes, coyotes, and wolves, about 5 million years ago. Again, this is based on a paper that came out in 2021, I think. Anacyon evolved separately, likely in the Americas. And here's Gabriel Agueto's reconstruction of a direwolf here. Pretty stocky-looking animal. Kind of a broader skull than you've got in a modern gray wolf. Likely a very different colored coat than the snow white one that was the Colossal showing off. To claim that these animals presented in the news yesterday are direwolves is a really disingenuous and just spreading misinformation. It creates the dangerous idea that we can rely on this method of resurrecting extinct species instead of making efforts to preserve the ones we still have. Not to mention that introducing an animal that is not a direwolf or a normal gray wolf into the environment could or will have all kinds of unintended consequences that I don't not think have been properly explored yet. Also, these news have been the news has been presented without a scientific paper, like no peer review here, no fact checking really. And so the paper is coming up every time you see news like this published before the paper. It's a major red flag. I was talking about this on Monday as well. So to reiterate, no, those white wolves presented yesterday are not dire wolves. They're, at best, just transgenic gray wolves. And they're not really even transgenic in that sense. To me, transgenic means you're taking DNA from one organism and putting it into the genome of a different organism. And that's not what happened here, to my knowledge. What happened is they're just tweaking a few genes using CRISPR rather than importing genes from another creature. So it wouldn't even be transgenic in that sense. They're basically creating like a mutant gray wolf. So in this thread, you've seen reconstructions I did of Anacyon for my licensing library, and some sketches I did for a commission I'm currently working on.
This is a dinosaur, and this is a dinosaur too.
Thank you. It's me, Mr. C44. Thank you for the follow. That first one there wasn't a dinosaur, by the way. But yeah. Yeah. And it's just like the woolly mice. This is the same company there. Gordion. Yeah. Yeah. Hey. Yeah. Here, let's look at this video from Hank Green to kind of, these people have been requesting this. He's been talking about it, and he's a good egg. I like Hank Green.
Are back, or are they? There's a
Here, whoop.
Direwolves are back, or are they? There's a biotechnology company called Colossal that is attempting to de-extinct various animals, and they have just claimed that they have de-extincted their first animal, not just their first animal, the first animal to ever be de-extincted. And that claim does not, in my opinion, hold up to scrutiny. However, there are a number of truly remarkable things that are part of this announcement that allow me to still be excited about it, despite the fact that I think they're saying some stuff that they shouldn't say. So this video is the good.
So we got a great question from Terminator Pig. Can this new wolf, I don't know if it's even really new, it's just a wolf with some mutations, basically. Some bespoke mutant parts. Can this fill the niche of the dire wolf, and is it a niche that needs filling? I don't think we really understand what the niche of the dire wolf was. So, can it fill that niche? I'm going to say no, given that I don't think we even have a good understanding of what dire wolves were doing. And it's probably a niche that's gone, in the sense that these are animals that lived alongside mastodons, mammoths, giant North American camels, ground sloths, American horses, various species of antilocaprids, stuff like that, critters that are entirely extinct nowadays. I really like this image, and can I save this? Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. Hang on. Is it not? There we go. Goodness. Man, Reddit's so annoying. In order to be able to show the image, I've got to download it and then open it in my browser because it won't let you do that just through the web page. That's irritating. Okay. Open with Chrome. There we go. There we are. I really, really like this image a lot because somebody took this land mammals of North America poster here. They took this and they said, let's add all the other creatures that these animals lived alongside, all these other Pleistocene animals that went extinct at the end of the Pleistocene. So they've expanded it to this, which is pretty awesome. These are all different mammals that lived during the Pleistocene, which ended just a few thousand years ago. So many of these creatures, the ground sloths, the proboscideans, the mammoths and mastodons, the camels, the American horses, the saber-toothed cats, the American lions, etc., they died out. Some of the last of them died out like 9,000 years ago. Last Thursday, geologically speaking. Super, super recently. But these are creatures that you would see right here in North America right up until the end of the Pleistocene. Dire wolves, Anacyon, are right here. Yeah. We don't really know exactly what niche they were occupying and how is it different from that of a gray wolf. I'm presuming this. Again, I don't work on Pleistocene mammals. I'm not an expert on this. But be willing to wager that if you were to talk to an expert on Anacyon dirus, she would say, yeah, we don't have the firmest understanding of what exactly they were eating and what their ecology, how their ecology is different from that of a modern gray wolf. So we don't necessarily know what niche they're in. What is their niche? It probably has something to do with the rest of these big mammals. So if you don't have mammoths and mastodons and ground sloths and American camels, stuff like that for them to eat, then, you know, what are they gonna do? You know? Yeah. Ligerman says, what is an Eremitherium? Eremitherium is a giant ground sloth. Yeah, these guys were enormous. Yeah. And isn't this a great image? Yeah, that's why I saved it. I gotta bookmark this for another time. Yeah. So anyway, back to what Hank was saying here. There we go.
Good, the bad, and the straight up wrong of this announcement. And the realization that we are all going to come to in the end here is that what was done is in some ways more remarkable, but also almost certainly more scary than de-extinction. Because if you could say that a species was created here, it is a species that has never existed before. This is not bringing a species back. This is the wholesale creation of a new species by humans, of large mammal. And that is indeed new. But there's so much here that I feel like the way to get through it all is to just watch the video that announced this, and I'm going to react to little pieces of it, bit by bit.
Everyone likes to talk about...
Oh, no. So now I've got to provide commentary on a video of a science communicator providing commentary. Oh, well, let's do it.
The climate crisis, but we are actually in a biodiversity crisis.
So I don't know that everybody does like to talk about the climate crisis, but I do think that it is right.
No, that's the crazy thing, is that here in the U.S. especially, people don't like to talk about the climate crisis. Especially the people who should be doing something about it, like, you know, the federal government. Or industry. So yeah, Hank's right about that.
Right to say that we are in these twin crises of biodiversity crisis and the climate crisis that, of course, intersect with each other. The climate crisis has huge impacts on biodiversity, but I think a lot of people might think that it's the biggest factor in it, and it's not. The biggest factor in the biodiversity crisis, human use of habitat, basically. So like encroachment on a habitat, poaching, that kind of stuff. Is this the right way to take on the biodiversity crisis? Is the problem that no one is de-extincting animals? No. Like, I don't think that this guy would say that the problem is no one is de-extincting animals. The problem is that humans continue to encroach on more and more habitat every year. We're doing it slower than we used to, especially per capita, but we're still doing it.
Some scientists have estimated that by 2050, half of all species that are alive today will be extinct.
So 2050 is 25 years away. I don't know that any scientists have made this claim. It would be really weird to me if they had, but I'm gonna Google it. So here it is. Biologists think 50% of species will be facing extinction by the end of the century. Currently, 1 in 10 are facing extinction. So that's not extinct. That's in danger of becoming extinct. And I can believe that. And I could see how that stat could get translated in conversations to half of species alive today will be extinct by 2050. And please do not take this as me saying that this isn't a problem and we don't need to face it. Obviously, we need to face it. It's just a fact that I wanted to check because it seemed off to me, and indeed it is off. But
and that's disconcerting because out of everybody in that video, the person you would least expect to be making those kinds of errors is, I don't know, like a paleogeneticist, somebody like Beth Shapiro. Like, I don't like the idea that she's playing fast and loose with the facts here. It is just a soundbite. And maybe it's the sort of thing where, I don't know, I'm making up a scenario here, but, you know, they're shooting footage for this and she goes, oh, wait, hang on. Can I rephrase that? I don't feel like that was entirely right. And they're like, oh, yeah, sure, go ahead. And then they just use the first take anyway. I don't know what happened there. Really want to give her the benefit of the doubt, but, yeah.
Like, whatever. Is this the world's first de-extinction? No. I don't see any reason why these animals would not be considered gray wolves. They are genetically modified gray wolves. If you would consider them a separate species, then you would have to consider them a synthetic species, and you would not consider them to be a species or even a relative, really, of dire wolves. But whatever.
People think it's a scary word, de-extinction. They immediately put us with Jurassic Park, and it's not.
In the circles I travel in, de-extinction isn't scary because of Jurassic Park. It's scary because, like, we're trying to figure out how to do ecosystems, and the ecosystems are very flexible and mobile, and when something comes out of an ecosystem that can cause problems, and trying to put it back in once it's been gone for a long time can also cause problems. I'm not actually personally opposed to the idea of de-extinction. I know lots of people who are.
I'm not necessarily opposed to it. I think if it's possible, you know, we have almost a moral obligation to do that for critters like, you know, the dodo or the great auk or the passenger pigeon. You know, and just think about what we would learn along the way there. That's one of the things I get really excited about. It's not necessarily the end result even. It's through funding science and trying to solve these problems, you never know what we're going to discover. That's what I get really jazzed about. And I'm hoping that there are really cool spin-off discoveries that come out of what Colossal is doing, but I can't help but be a little bit miffed about them misrepresenting the results. You know what I mean?
But I think that that's it's an active conversation that we're not going to have right now. But like, it's not because people think that like Newman from Seinfeld's going to get eaten by a dinosaur.
As we lose species within an ecosystem, if you think of a Jenga puzzle, you're sort of pulling blocks out of there. Those blocks that are creating the instability in the ecosystem is literally the function that animal plays. If we can find ways to restore animals.
But Trek Nerd says people citing fictional movies to support scientific claims makes me crazy. Yeah, and it's one of those things that I deal with a lot. Somebody who does science communication full time. That's usually people's kind of entry point into scientific discussions is what they've seen in pop culture. So Jurassic Park is a huge part of that for dinosaur paleontology, for instance. And as a science communicator, you got to meet people where they are, to a certain extent. But man, is it frustrating sometimes, you know? It's like when you, I don't know, this is going to be one of these moments right here. I'm going to come across as a real curmudgeon. But for the last few years, we've done World Pangolin Day on this stream, trying to talk to people about these incredible endangered mammals, pangolins. And it hurt my soul every single time a new person came into chat and they said, "Oh, that's not a real animal, that's a Pokemon." I'm sorry, what? The idea that people are absolutely like unaware of the existence of these creatures. And I don't know, to them, Pokemon are so much more real than this actual real life, you know, breathing, living animal. It hurts my soul, you know? It makes me yell at clouds. It's frustrating, you know? Yeah. And it's the same thing here with, I don't know, dire wolves and Game of Thrones, I guess? Like, I wish you knew about the real animal in this case, and not just what you learn about in pop culture, you know? I want to say there was a headline about this in The Onion at some point, and it was something about how, I don't know, there were like a group of school children who were shocked to learn that that Elvis Presley was a real person, or maybe it was George Washington, or I forget, but it was like some prominent, you know, person who died a long time ago and very much was a real life person. And there are all of these school kids who were shocked to learn that, like, oh yeah, he's not just from TV, like, that was a real guy. Maybe this is just me being a curmudgeon, but I feel like that, like, it says something about the state of U.S. education. I don't know. Pangolin Awareness Month needed? Yeah, well, World Pangolin Day is something that I think we missed it this year. I think I was in North Dakota or something. I forget. Anyway. And Peppercat8 says some people still think dinosaurs never existed or that they lived at the same time as people. I mean, yeah. And to me, I think that really bothers me, not in the sense that like, oh, it shows how stupid people are. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is it shows that people like me need to do a better job of communicating these ideas to the public. We're not reaching people in the way that we should as scientists. We need to step it up, you know? It's a problem. I don't blame people for not inherently knowing these things. It shows that the people whose job it is to communicate science to the public, we are not succeeding. Some of that's through no fault of our own. It's an uphill fight for sure, but yeah, there's just a real feeling of futility there for me, you know? Yeah. Anyway, yeah, here, let's continue.
Provide that specific function, we can create more stability within an ecosystem.
So this is the...
Hogan says, I read a study that was published in 2019 that said 21% of American adults are functionally illiterate and 53% can't read above an 8th grade level. Yeah. Yeah. I've heard the same figures, I think. SciComm does have a lot of work to do, absolutely. Well, if you have a huge proportion of the American populace that is above the age of 18 and functionally illiterate, yeah. I mean, I know this from my personal life. Like, I grew up in a neighborhood where one of my neighbors was like a business owner and made a lot of money doing that. Like, he was one of the head honchos at work, and he basically couldn't read. He definitely couldn't write, like, at all. At one point when I was running for student council, we had to like get a letter of recommendation from like a grown-up who isn't related to you in your neighborhood. So I went to him, and you know, really nice guy. I'm not trying to beat him up over this, but he basically didn't know how to write, and he like kind of didn't know how to read. So I had to write the letter for him and have him sign it. This was in 6th grade, and it was kind of shocking at the time, you know. Yeah. Anyhow, makes you think.
The argument that Colossal makes that they have de-extincted a direwolf. This is a cogent argument that I just don't think is a good argument to make using the word de-extinction. I think using the word de-extinction is really about marketing in this case. And also it's not about direwolves, because we're not going to put direwolves back in an ecosystem that would benefit from them, because that ecosystem died out tens of thousands of years ago. So like very few of the animals that direwolves would prey on.
Not tens of thousands of years ago, but about 9,000 years ago, something like that. Yeah.
Still exist, for example. But the argument that they're making that this is de-extinction is that we have these Jenga blocks and we're pulling blocks out. And if you can slide another block in there, then the ecosystem won't collapse, as long as it fills that same niche, as long as it fits into that Jenga block spot. And it's not just like every block is the same size. There's lots of all different sizes of Jenga blocks that are all moving around and all evolving to exist with each other. This is an okay metaphor, actually. Imagine a Jenga tower that's made out of millions of blocks that are constantly moving and responding to each other. And if you take out a big one, there will not be time for the blocks to react to each other, and the ecosystem may collapse. And so you want to slot one in real quick. And in that case, what you could do is that you wouldn't have to grab the existing animal that went extinct. You could create an animal that serves that same niche, that is close enough to that blob that you can plop it in there, and then the ecosystem will recover. And that's why they're making the case that these wolves are a de-extinction, because theoretically they might be direwolf shaped enough that they would slot into the direwolf shaped hole left behind by the actual direwolves that went extinct. Now I am...
But But that's not what's happening here. Because, again, we were talking about this. The gap left by the extinction of the dire wolf, Anas dirus, that gap is, I mean, it's mostly gap now at this point. Like, say that, I was going to try and use like a Swiss cheese analogy, but that's not going to make any sense. All of these other creatures are gone. Everybody around the perimeter is extinct in North America. These giant beavers, woolly mammoths, Columbian mammoths, American mastodons, giant ground sloths, American camels, American horses, leptodons, short-faced bears, etc. Saber-toothed cats, American lions, giant bison, tapirs. They're all gone from North America. The dire wolf, Anas dirus, was part of this ancient ecosystem. And this is not a single ecosystem here. This is like, we're looking at all the big mammals from the Pleistocene from North America. Different ecosystems represented here across an entire continent. That being said, these guys were an important component of the ecosystems that they were in. But most of the big players in those ecosystems are now extinct. So you bring this predator, you bring it back. Let's assume for a second that we can. We can't yet, and that hasn't been done. But let's just assume for a second that you can. It's gonna eat what? Deer? Elk? We already have gray wolves to do that. There's no more camels. There's no more ground sloths. There's no more mastodons. There's no more tapirs or American horses. It's a problem, you know? Yeah. Yeah.
Going to explain why these aren't direwolves. I can't just say that. I know that. It's just that we haven't reached that point in the video yet. Now, I wouldn't say that slotting in a different species into a niche is de-extinction. I do understand how it could be a functional good in ecosystem ecology. But it also sounds very hard. And also, all the other Jenga blocks around it are going to react differently to that block that you just slotted in than they would to the original species. And you will not, in that case, have made extinction a thing of the past. That extinction will still have happened. I think that 50, 100 years from now, there's going to be a lot more habitat available on this earth for wilderness. And I think that these conversations probably will have had value at that point because there will be ecosystem engineering going on. And part of that is...
So, I don't know. It kind of gets into the whole idea of Pleistocene rewilding, which was an idea long, long, long before Colossal came around. I've been following this since probably 2005 or so, which is, goodness, that was 20 years ago now at this point. That's bonkers. But, and these are discussions that have been going on for far longer than that, since like the 1980s. This idea that like maybe we should bring back elephants. Just set them loose out on ranch land in Texas. Do the same thing with Bactrian camels. Maybe those will fill a similar niche that mammoths and American camels did back then, you know? And maybe that'll help kind of bring a new dynamic to that ecosystem and make it more lush and give opportunity for other species to move in. If you can have these big ecosystem engineers doing their thing there. Like, this has been an idea for a long time, and I'm not necessarily opposed to that idea. If it's done really thoughtfully and carefully, and with a very limited scope at first to test out how it works, before you just have elephants roaming free across all of Texas. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. This is, I don't know, what Colossal is claiming to do here kind of stems from this whole idea of like Pleistocene rewilding. And some Pleistocene rewilding has already happened, and it's been kind of accidental. Yeah, there we go. The idea of bringing back, like, elephants and lions. That's an AI image. Ugh. There we go. What Pleistocene rewilding might look like. We've got lions attacking a bison there. I think this is Photoshop. There's a grizzly bear in the background. Some Pleistocene rewilding has already accidentally happened, and it's had some positive benefits. Wild mustangs are an example of, you could call it an example of Pleistocene rewilding.
In this program, all those questions will be answered.
Yassine, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It is good to have you here. Hang on just a moment. Yeah, that'll work. So horses.
Gallery has a new sound for their key listeners.
Oh, hang on. Mick Canary, thank you for the raid. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. It's good to have you here. Welcome, welcome. We're talking about the whole direwolf de-extinction debacle. Sorry for all the obnoxious finger quotes. But, yeah, talking about the concept of Pleistocene rewilding for a second. So, horses first evolved in North America. The whole equine lineage has its origins here in North America. And during the Pleistocene, we had horses all over the place in North America. Then they went extinct at the same time as the mammoths and the ground sloths and the direwolves. When Spanish conquistadors came to North America, some of their horses got loose. Some of them were actually stolen by Native American resistors, which is pretty cool, in a way. And so horses came back to North America, and there were wild populations of them again. They're descended from European horses, but this is almost Pleistocene rewilding. They're not genetically identical to the original North American horses, but they probably fulfill a pretty similar role in their ecosystem. They're occupying a similar niche, doing similar stuff. And yeah, so it's accidental rewilding there. Does that make sense? Yeah. And aren't they eradicating wild horse populations because they compete with yeah, Irish X Lily. That's it's controversial. There.
They're a bold symbol of the American West. Well, this year, the federal government has been removing more than 13,000 wild horses and donkeys from 9 different states. But those roundups have been met with backlash. Katie Weiss of CBS station KCNC in Denver has tonight's Weekend Journal.
Hey, y'all, you want some clean water?
At a prison ranch in southern Colorado, inmates David Jackson and Alex Cockrell spend their days caring for these once wild horses.
It is pretty dang rewarding.
The Mustang's path to this pasture is not without controversy. A few months ago, these horses lived free on public land in Colorado, but the state's wild horse specialist, Steve Leonard.
So we would sometimes see them in Wyoming when we work out there in the field. I've only caught a few glimpses of them. But sometimes, I guess the year before I started with the crew, there were wild horses that just came into camp one morning. They're stomping around, sniffing things, making noise. People are coming out of their tents in the morning. They're like, what? It's like, yeah, there's wild horses here. Just out there on the Bureau of Land Management land, out there on the range.
Says there are too many horses
cool
for the
shark
land to
teeth, yeah.
support.
You've seen some?
We still had this lack of forage for our wintering areas. I don't believe the horses would survive the winter.
This fall, the Bureau of Land Management rounded up more than 700 horses in the state for relocation. Critics of the roundups push for birth control instead of that relocation.
It's never easy to see entire families and, I mean, really generations of horses that are no longer going to be on the range.
Even Colorado's governor asked for a 6-month moratorium of the roundups. But in the end, the BLM went through with its plan, bringing hundreds of horses to this prison complex in Canyon City, Colorado.
Oh, and Jim is here. Awesome, Jim. I was going to talk about that too. I got your email about that today, Jim.
Prep them for adoption.
We'll talk about that in a little while.
Adoption prep includes.
Thank you, Jim. I hope you're doing well.
Infectious anemia test.
The prison holds more than 2,000 wild horses, and much like the roundups, the living conditions here face harsh criticism.
I was horrified.
Carol Walker, a wild horse photographer who has adopted 3 Mustangs, attended a prison adoption event this summer.
I was shocked. There was mud, muck, and urine like ankle deep. There was not much hay. And when I went to the yearling pen, half of them were skin and bones.
What would you say to critics who feel like the horses may be mistreated here?
I have 2 vet reports within the last 30 days to say that the horses are treated quite well here. We have the...
Anywho, the whole point of showing you this is to demonstrate that even things as, I don't know, stuff you would imagine to be pretty simple, like bringing horses back into an ecosystem, that already causes big problems. We had horses here in North America until the end of the Pleistocene. They went extinct along with the ground sloths and the mammoths and the dire wolves. People love horses. But even just having horses run around wild, like, it's a lot of wailing and gnashing of teeth, of that kind of thing. Yeah. Anyway, we'll get back to the direwolf thing in just a second, but let's briefly detour here. Let's talk about what Jim is discussing there in the chat. Very exciting. Krista Sadler's book on the Cedar Mountain Formation. Oh, holy cow. It's on the store page now. Yeah. This is coming out at the end of the month. Please contact us if you'd like to pre-order a copy. We aren't taking any money until the book is ready to ship. This is a book all about the Cedar Mountain Formation, Dinosaur Frontier, Utah at the dawn of the Cretaceous. So what I'm working out there in the field, as I've been doing for the past 3 years, working near Moab, Utah, the dinosaurs that we're digging up there represents a really important fauna. This is a new frontier in dinosaur paleontology. Trying to figure out what's going on at the beginning of the Cretaceous period and this kind of recovery fauna. This book is all about that. This is from the same author as these books. This one here. Where Dinosaurs Roamed. I think the book is going to have the same form factor as this. So, same dimensions, same paper, stuff like that, the paper weight. But, yeah. This is a lovely kind of coffee table style book about dinosaurs from Grand Staircase in Utah. Beautiful artwork, extraordinarily informative, based on the best science available, trying to reconstruct this ancient ecosystem with all of its inhabitants. It's beautiful stuff. This book here is the same thing, but about the Cedar Mountain Formation, which in my opinion is more exciting. Not just because many of the people I work with are featured in this book, but I'm featured in the book too. What I need to do is, maybe on stream right now, we'll draft up a quick email to Krista Sadler and ask her about doing an interview here on Paleontologizing in the coming weeks to help promote this, and people can pre-order copies of it too. Even call up their local public library and see if they can order a copy, so we can get this book out there into the public. Here, I interviewed Krista on stream when she came out to visit us. Which day would this have been? Summer 2024, Utah. Let's see here. Not sure which one this is. Interview with Krista. Might be this one. I think I saw Ed Simpson there. Yep, there he is in the background.
We've got 139 people watching. Excellent.
Yeah, he was there the same day. Here's me and Krista.
Like Jim and Don have been fighting over the past, 20 plus years.
Many
yeah.
This is one of the great parts of this book.
Uh-huh.
Is there's so many inserts on things like, you'll talk later to Ed Simpson about Ed, or Selena Marina Suarez, Lindsay Zano. I mean, these different areas coming
Here's
in.
Jim right here.
Working on different aspects of it.
Paleo Jim in the
Help
chat.
put the whole story together.
Yeah.
Or the beginning of the story. Because the story will continue.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we're working on that. Shoot. That's what we're doing right now.
Yeah,
as we
no
speak. But anyway, yeah, Krista Sadler is an author of a number of really, really awesome books. Dawn of the Dinosaurs, and the Grand Staircase book is called
Where Dinosaurs Roamed.
Where Dinosaurs Roamed, yeah.
You gotta have dinosaurs in
the
title.
actual text of the title, yeah, yeah.
They're not only about dinosaurs, because I always thought of paleontology. So I was trained as a paleontologist at Berkeley. I've worked as a preparator and, for different people. And I've always thought of paleontology as the original sort of, or it's one of the original time machines.
Yeah.
And so that's what I'm trying to do is do justice to all the work that, all of you guys are doing out here, but also recreate an environment, recreate what our world used to look like. I mean, this is our planet. It's so cool to think about everything that used to be here,
For sure, yeah.
It's
this kind of perspective that can give you is something really, really special. So, yeah.
So, and I think one of the cool things that I was going to, mention about this, not the book so much, but I do talk about it in the book, but also research in the Cedar Mountain Formation. Like you're seeing here, this quarry, this is what we think of as paleo, right? We think of this as paleontology. People out there digging around and using hammers and chipping things. But the Cedar Mountain Formation has, Jim and his colleagues have brought in so many people from so many different disciplines. I've never seen this many different disciplines going into dating the rocks, and not even just the standard dating, but there's like 6 different ways to date, and they're all trying to back up the dates that we're getting. And then the sedimentology, and then looking at geochemistry of the rocks. Like all this stuff is coming in to help us recreate this world that all these creatures lived in. And that, I think, is one of the coolest things about it. And that's why I called it, it's going to be called Dinosaur Frontier, Utah, the dawn of the Cretaceous.
Yes.
There we go. And I think it's a dinosaur frontier because of the dinosaurs we're finding, right? Some of the, early members of certain families and things like that. But also it's a frontier, I think, in the way paleontology is being done. There's so many different disciplines coming in on this. And, I'm talking to a guy who studies these tiny little microscopic.
Hack the Box and their 39 raiders have stumbled into the extraordinary world of paleontologists.
Who they are, what they do,
why what they do is important for science and society.
Hack the Box, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's wonderful to have you here. Epsilon and Rainarian, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. How was Hack the Box's stream? I hope it was real good. Neospring, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. And Jex of all trades, I saw that you followed earlier. Hey, welcome back. It's good to see you. Hey, my name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. And Jex of all trades, thank you for the gifts up there. I appreciate that. Excellent. Phenomenal. Yeah. Fix It 4-2, how are you doing? Howdy, howdy. Before we get back to our direwolf de-extinction discussion, oh boy, we're talking about this really briefly because here's some exciting news. This book, Dinosaur Frontier, is going to be coming out later in the month. You can pre-order it now. I'm in this book, and so are many of my colleagues. A lot of the field work that I've been involved with for the past 3 or 4 years, out near Moab, Utah, trying to reconstruct what this ancient ecosystem was like after the end Jurassic extinction event. You've got a whole new cast of dinosaur characters showing up, trying to figure out what's going on there. This book is all about that. If that sort of thing sounds interesting to you, and you love science books with gorgeous illustrations and the latest scientific information, this is the book for you. It's by Krista Sadler. She's actually self-publishing this book, and she's done some really excellent paleontology books in the past. This one, I think, will prove to be no different. I got to sit down with her in the field last summer and talk about this book. In just a minute, I'm going to be writing a quick email to her to send off to ask about doing another interview on stream to help hype up the book and let people know how they can order it.
Microscopic, seed shrimp from Vienna. I mean, the seed shrimp are from here. He's from Vienna. And that's helping us understand the dates of these rocks and narrow
Trash
it
Puppy,
down
how are you
and
doing?
focus the
Welcome,
dates
welcome.
of these rocks. And so
And
it's just
Little Bitty Diver
it's a really
was
cool
shaking.
story.
It is really cool. Yeah, that kind of integrative aspect is it's a big part of paleontology nowadays, and it's cool to think that, we're providing a good example of that with our work here in the Cedar Mountain. And that's the thing, too, is that there's so many people in the general public who might be familiar with the Hell Creek fauna or the Morrison Formation, but the Cedar Mountain is increasingly important the more things that we find here. I'm just really excited for people in the general public to get excited about these fossils and about these environments because of your book.
So here, the Cedar Mountain Formation was actually featured in a popular book ages ago. The book is called Raptor Red by Robert T. Bacher. It has a Utah raptor as its main character. She is the titular Raptor Red. Anybody in chat ever heard of this book, or have you read it? This is set in the Cedar Mountain Formation, but that's before we really understood much about it at all. This book is going to be a phenomenal update to your understanding of the Cedar Mountain Formation, if you've read Raptor Red. Yeah. It's an interesting book, for sure. This new book, Dinosaur Frontier, features Utah Raptor right there on the cover, but a fully feathered Utah Raptor, now that we know that these animals, indeed, were fully feathered. Really striking cover. I like that a lot. We've got an ornithopod dinosaur, an iguanodont, I think, just getting wrecked right here by this Utah Raptor. But, very cool. Yeah. And Crimson Carnotaurus says, isn't it mostly set in the Cloverleaf? Well, that's the thing, is that at the time, it was assumed that the Cedar Mountain Formation and the Cloverleaf Formation were contemporaneous. Nowadays, we recognize the Cedar Mountain is way earlier than the Cloverleaf Formation. At least the yellowcat member that Utah Raptor is from way earlier in time. So even the times have changed a lot, Our dates on these things. So yeah, really cool stuff. Anyway, back to Krista here.
That's gonna be, it's gonna be huge. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So, yeah.
Well,
political leverage.
You have the book and Bacher signed it. Nice.
Nice to get people into dinosaurs.
Yeah.
The other cool thing about this is that, you know, the sort of the Cedar Mountain Formation was originally, you know, it was kind of separated out from the Morrison Formation, the underlying Morrison, by the lack of dinosaurs, right? People are like, oh, it looks a lot like the Morrison. Why don't we just call... But no, it's not the Morrison, because the Morrison's chock full of dinosaurs. Cedar Mountain Formation has no dinosaurs at all, so we're going to call them two separate formations. And the
what link do you mean, Jim? And send it to you or send it to Krista?
punchline is, hello!
We've got 40 million years of dinosaurs in this formation.
Exactly, and it's like double the number of dinosaur taxa from Utah.
Yeah.
And, you know, so it's such a great example of how you just, you know, keep moving through science, and this is how science works. There's never an ending point with science.
Yep.
You know, you can say, oh, there's no dinosaurs there, so we're going to call it this formation, and then we'll just never go back.
And let's see, send the interview link to me. You bet, Jim. Yeah, I'll do that right now. And somebody was asking about Ed Simpson. He shows up later in this video. Here he is right here. Is this the Ed Simpson you're talking about?
Lots of resources in it.
Yeah.
Oil, gas, you know, that's the economic end.
So you could make good money as a sedimentologist, potentially.
Oh, I could have made a lot of money.
I might have to sell your soul a little bit, but yeah.
Years ago. But it's not what my interest is. It's education.
That's him. Yeah, nice shirt. He came out to join us for a couple days. He actually brought us dinner one night from Moab, which was really nice. Ed's a good guy.
Yeah.
These things.
So where do
Small world, nice shirt. Small world.
I'm still a faculty member at Kutztown University in Eastern Pennsylvania.
Nice.
I think I'm heading into year 37, maybe.
Wow. Nice.
30 years in administration. 28 of those as a department chair.
Nice.
And,
wow.
A year and a half as an acting dean.
Excellent.
And I got out of that really fast.
Just the palace intrigue of university life. Oh boy. The bureaucracy, yeah.
But I had money.
Yeah.
Anyway, and would the book be appropriate for a 10-year-old? Absolutely, Zool. Yeah. This is going to be... A 10-year-old me would have gone bonkers over this book. I would have been over the moon to get a book like this. And again, it is cutting-edge science. So if there's a 10-year-old in your life who is into dinosaurs, and you want to give them the very best, this is the book for you. Yeah. Let's scoot back a little bit and... Let's see if Krista talks about
looks like it's gonna hold for now. Let's mosey on this way.
I want to know what that person's favorite dinosaur is.
Oh shoot! Yeah, everybody in chat respond with your favorite dinosaurs, and chat will be just a mess until.
Yeah, exactly. Sorry about that.
Yeah. But yeah. Anyway, thank you so much, Krista.
Yeah, thanks for having me, and thanks for showing up, everybody. This is super cool, and
let's get back a little bit.
To the, you know, how it's really, the technology is really allowing people to learn and to be involved without having to.
There we go.
Was some pretty bad and real, and not taking a shower for 3
And here we go. Yeah.
Just about, okay, we're just starting with this, just sort of citizen science, and then also other ways to engage with paleontology. Because the book isn't just about, okay, we're just starting with the Cedar Mountain and we end with the Cedar Mountain. I really want people to understand, you know, the background behind how paleontology works and how we do it. So there's a chapter on, you know, field work and things like that. But then also other ways to get involved. And if your idea of a blast is not coming out here and laying in the dirt and not taking a shower for 3 weeks and things like that, you can get involved, you know, in like what Danny's doing. So he's in the book.
Can't wait. Holy cow. Yeah.
I am in the
exciting
book,
stuff.
Apparently.
Yeah, maybe you'll get some new, you know.
Potentially,
New visitors. I don't know.
New viewers.
Cool.
watch my viewership double overnight when this book is published.
There's so many different ways, and I said this in that chapter. I said, up until pretty recently, the only way that we could really do, get any sort of popular stuff about paleontology, unless it was National Geographic, was some pretty bad and really not very accurate, movies, right?
Yeah.
I hate to say it, but the first Jurassic Park had a little bit to be desired, left a little to be desired.
They only get worse after that.
We can find, sonar.
Oh, and hang on. Is that Andrew there? It is. We've got... Hey, Andrew, can you hear me?
Hey, Danny. Sorry I missed your call earlier.
No worries. You're busy. We get it. Yeah. Yeah. I've got 347 people watching right now. We're eager to hear about what's going on in St. George.
All right. Very cool. We just had the police department here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're going to be increasing patrol. We now have official permission from the city to camp here.
Okay.
So that's amazing.
Fantastic. Oh, man.
Yeah. They're also keeping an eye on the rest of the property. So all the rock piles. We've been finding some pretty cool dinosaur tracks today. I will send you pictures as soon as I get off the phone with you.
Great. Okay.
We found this. David found these so good tracks. He found this block that has a right foot slipping to the right and sinking deep into the mud, and you can see how the foot moved through the mud. It's just beautiful. It's almost
perfect. Awesome.
You can see the toe pads, and the end of the claw. You can see where the flesh and the cuticle actually met. There's scale scratch lines all over it. Yeah, it's spectacular track.
That's fantastic.
And then actually a guy named James, who is a fan of yours, he's been following you for 3-4 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, he just found a big dinosaur tooth today. Yeah.
Fantastic. That's so cool to hear. Holy moly.
Yeah. And then more shark stuff, lots of tracks coming out. Yeah, it's going pretty good. The other piece of news is the city has also asked us to vacate the site as of April 30th.
April 30th. Does that mean?
So in order to start preparing for the substation, they want to do some topography stuff. And then anyway, they've asked us to vacate the site on April 30th. So that'll be our last day in the quarry. But there's the gears are turning elsewhere. So I'll keep it posted.
Okay.
Something tells me there are people looking to move this and save this site.
Okay.
We're now kind of wondering at the possibility of keeping this an open quarry for years, potentially, where people actually can come and volunteer and dig for fossils.
Right.
With us, to help the site. One of our thoughts. And then eventually we could turn it into kind of like a geologic feature associated with the museum, the park, and everything else. It would be pretty cool. So, anyway, it's kind of a thought.
Yeah. Shoot, the 30th, it's even earlier than we were thinking before. We were thinking sometime in May, right?
Yeah. So, yeah, anyway, I won't get into details, but
okay, yeah.
Politically, I shouldn't.
Yeah, no, I understand. Yeah.
It's pretty amazing what we're finding.
Yeah, no, that's really exciting. The new fossils that have been found. That footprint sounds incredible.
It's beautiful. I will send you pictures, and I'll send you pictures of the dino tooth.
Excellent. No, yeah, I'd really appreciate that.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah, some nice dinosaur tracks found today too. Some other ones. The excavator guy actually got into one of the old piles by mistake and uncovered some beautiful footprints. From kind of the stuff.
This is it. This is the horizon, which marks the extinction of the dinosaurs. Below this level, and out in here, there are dinosaur fossils. Above.
So the one that's preserved inside the museum.
Okay.
So yeah, there's some beautiful tracks. I'll send you some pictures of those too.
Gotcha. Okay. No, I really appreciate that, Andrew. That's exciting stuff.
Oh, also, we now have, of course, case-by-case basis, we have permission and just confirmed by the police department that we are allowed to camp here.
Excellent.
The city has given us permission to camp on site.
Uh-huh.
So that'll be good.
So when I come out there next week, would I be able to stay on site, you think?
You can stay on site the entire time.
Yeah. Fantastic. Oh man, that's brilliant news.
Yeah. The other thing is it's getting really hot.
Yeah. Yeah.
So maybe it is a good thing actually that we're pulling out of the quarry on April 30th.
Right, yeah.
Then we can kind of go to prospecting rock piles, in the morning and maybe later in the day when it's a little cooler. Okay. And then we can also then get working on stuff, getting ourselves reorganized at the museum, and try to keep the ball rolling on this. It's pretty amazing.
Want to be able to carry that momentum forward.
Absolutely, and I really appreciate you and all of your followers that have assisted. It's been amazing.
Well, thanks for saying that, Andrew. I appreciate
it. Yeah, no, it's true. It really is. It's awesome. Yeah.
I'm really, really happy to be able to help, and I'm excited to get out there next week. I'm still looking to drive out on either Monday or Tuesday, and I'll make sure that I pack lots of hot weather gear.
Oh yeah. It's, maybe it's like misters for yourself or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Oh yeah. One other thing, a little bit of a plug for Ace Hardware here at Dinosaur Crossing.
Yeah.
Spoke with their manager Shad Johnson. They're donating 14 10-foot long pieces of conduit and a bunch more buckets.
Nice.
So we can actually increase our shade tarp space. So we'll have shade tarps almost the entire length of the quarry.
Fantastic. Awesome. I'll have to bring my tarpology hat that Don DeBlue gave me.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Excellent. Yeah. That's really good news. We'll make sure that we give them some shout outs, and excellent. I'll be there this time next week, so I'm looking forward to it. Let me know if there's anything else I should bring, and we'll be in touch.
Okay. And of course, tomorrow I'm off for a little break.
Nice.
Break, sort of. Heading to Denver until next Sunday. So
you're giving a presentation for WIPS, right?
No, I did that on Monday night.
Oh.
And that went really well.
Nice. Congrats.
I'm going to a psychology conference with my wife.
Oh, very cool. Yeah, she's got some important research to present, I've heard.
She does. Actually, I believe this morning she submitted her paper to Science. So.
Holy cow. Fingers crossed it gets accepted. Maybe it'll be a cover story.
Yeah, big time. Anyway, normally I go and spend my time in collections, but I'll be trying to catch up on all kinds of other work that I find.
I believe it. Shoot, you've been beyond busy for the past, month and a half now? Yeah.
I tell you what, though, it's been a blast. It's been tiring, but it's been a blast.
That's good to hear. That's really good to hear that throughout all of this, your spirits have remained high. That's
It brings back memories from the old days when we first started the site.
Yeah.
With far less people.
And
my paychecks were very small.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Well, hopefully the museum continues to prosper, and maybe those paychecks will even grow in the future. That's my hope. Yeah.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, thanks so much for calling us back, Andrew. We'll be in touch, and again, I can't wait to be back out there.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks. Talk to you later.
All right. Bye. Awesome. Everybody, that once again was paleontologist Andrew R.C. Milner, curator of the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site Museum and the leader of this current salvage project to save these fossils before they get destroyed. There we go. There's Andrew right right there, and there's me.
The street from the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site is a fossil dig site where crews are working on a deadline. The city of St. George is expected to begin construction on a new power substation in May, making the fossils there unattainable. So crews from
Tuss
across
and
the U.S.
Liquor,
and
thank
as
you
far
for the
away as
follow
England
2
are
minutes
trying
ago.
to pull as much as they can from the ground.
Designed by Dave, thank you for the raid. I'm sorry.
Paleontologist and science communicator Danny Aduza traveled to
Sorry I
Utah
was
from
kind of
Oakland, California,
unresponsive
to
during
support
that.
these efforts by live streaming on his Twitch channel, Paleontologizing, and joining the excavation.
About a month ago, I heard from the state paleontologist here in Utah, Jim Kirkland, about this kind of emergency fossil excavation going on. I've been hearing about the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site since I was a kid.
This guy look familiar?
I always wanted to come here, never had a chance to until right now. So I figured I'd show up and help with the excavation as much as I can, and also help spread the word about this as much as I can too. See if I can garner some support, get people excited about it, get them to donate or potentially volunteer. And
So this was an incredible stream. Andrew Milner took us on a personal VIP tour, red carpet experience in the museum, and I'll give you a link to that VOD here. It was really something. We got to go off of the little boardwalks and actually on the fossil trackways inside the museum. It was bonkers.
Is that a whole fish?
They started ripping out.
Yeah, check this out.
So this is kind of funny as well. I mean, I love David, but when he's down there working on the track site, it's really funny. Of course, he's got to move signs around, and wherever he's standing, he's not thinking about the people on the boardwalk. So you can see the way all the words are turned the wrong way.
Yeah, layer A is upside
He also bumps the lights underneath the boardwalk, so I apologize.
We're getting the inside story on all this stuff.
Just we got to be careful. We need like a proper gate with a lock on it.
Right.
Anyway, watch your step.
Okay.
And I will show you where to walk.
Okay. All right. Here we go. Okay. Is you okay?
Yep.
All right.
I'm just gonna put a couple.
Sure. This is so cool. We're walking where dinosaurs walked, you know?
Yep.
Pretty special. You don't get this on a normal tour.
No.
Yeah. Think they'll have that on the tour?
Yeah. We used to take people on. Well, the pros, you know, we take them down here. So you can see a lot of these. There's the Brontes track.
Yeah.
We don't have many Brontes tracks on the surface. There are 4 trackways of Brontes only on this entire surface.
Okay, wow.
And it's dominated by growlater. So I guess getting back to the sediment consistency.
Yeah.
You know, it's really a major bias being caused by the sediment consistency. And we can see that on multiple track horizons here. That's the case. So watch your head on these. I've banged my head a few times. So you can see there's lots of growlater.
Anyway, really cool stuff. Awesome museum. Just
very
and
cool.
Then
really incredible.
That's the Virgin River.
Virgin River.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
That's
and
when
of course
they
that
carved the can.
But you can see all of these little tiny bumps.
Yeah, what are those?
Like that. Every single one of them represents a claw mark of a dinosaur. So when you turn off these giant lights and put low angle lighting across it, things pop. And if you look very carefully, flashlight.
Yeah, I think I might see part of a middle toe right there.
So again, the same thing. There's the 2 bumps.
Yeah,
right there and there. If you look very, very carefully,
here.
You see that? You can see the toe there, and then another toe partially here.
Very faint, but it's there. Yeah.
It's obscured by this structure, which might be a plant impression.
Okay.
Right here. And
Anyway, really cool stuff. Can't wait to be back out there this time next week. Good stuff. Anyway, before I forget, so many different things stacking up right now on today's stream. Let me send a quick email to Krista Sadler about this. And I'll also send Jim an email, unless you already did that, Claire. I'll send Jim an email with a link to that interview that I did with Krista, live from the field.
Like a popular book treatment of the Cedar Mountain Formation.
No.
Unless you count Raptor Red, I guess. That's a novel.
It's a fantasy book. Yeah.
Exactly, yeah. But yeah, I'm pretty excited about this.
Okay, well, then I'm not going to do this while I'm talking to you because I'll probably blow through something really important.
But yeah, well, shoot, so what would you say your area of notoriety is, Krista? As a river runner or as an author or
there's the book. This is
all
what
of the above?
got me going.
This is one of my books. This
Yeah.
is about the late Triassic. It's about the Chinle Formation. So largely about.
Anywho, let's scoot back just a bit here. And there's the timestamp. I'll send that to Jim. Here's a link to the YouTube video where I interviewed Krista in the quarry last summer. It's timestamped to when the interview begins. There we go. There's that for Jim. Let's see. There we go. Yeah. Let's just draft up a quick email to Krista. There we go. You know what? Let's do that in WordPad so I can at least increase the size of the font. Hey there, Krista. So excited for Dinosaur Frontier to come out. I just wanted to send you a quick note to ask about doing an interview sometime in the next couple of weeks to help promote the book. Here. I'm actually streaming live with 331 viewers as I type this because I wanted to contact you ASAP. Didn't want to let things get away from me with as busy as I've been lately. Would you be game for a live Zoom interview I'd like to ask you some questions about the book and how we can support the sales. Yeah. Maybe through contacting local libraries to ask them to order copies. Across the US? Okay. I'll be out in St. George helping with the emergency excavation then. Next week. Should be back in my office for my normal 1 to 6 p.m. Pacific broadcast time. Starting around the 21st or so. Would there be a time after that when we could do an interview? Let me know. All right. Okay, let's grab that text. Let's paste it into an email. There we go. Sorry, everybody. I know this is not terribly exciting to watch right now. Good. Okay. Cool. Done. Yeah. Funding is in turmoil right now. I mean, we'll be talking about that too, Diagonal. Yeah. I just want to see. There's also university libraries. People might be part of other community or civic organizations that might have in-house libraries too. I just want to know what I can do to help people get excited about this book, help promote sales, make sure that it actually gets out there into the wild, so people have a chance to enjoy this book. Yeah. Diagonal says, for watching Science Communication in Action, any student who loves science and asks about why they need English class, this is why. There you go, Diagonal. Yeah. No, absolutely. Writing is a huge part of science. Anyway, I'll give you a link to this right now. if you would like to be ahead of the game and order yourself a copy of this, yeah, please contact us if you'd like to pre-order a copy. We aren't taking any money until the book is ready to ship. $39.95 each. Shipping is $8 each for USPS Media Mail. But I also want to pre-order a copy. Good stuff, and maybe Krista will even sign a copy for you. Because what is it that Jim was saying in the email? Jim says, well, the Cedar Mountain Dinosaur book will be deliverable by the end of the month. I'm really hoping we get this book into the Utah Geological Survey bookstore, as we already sell several of Krista Sadler's books. I talked her into writing this book, and it basically tells the public what I've been researching for the past 35 years. It also features many of my colleagues, showing that such research is not done in a vacuum. And then we have got... download that. And we'll open this on stream too. Come on, Windows. File Explorer should not take that long to open. That's ridiculous. There we go. There's a brochure right there for it. Yeah, good stuff. This would be an awesome. It is going to be an awesome book to have. And again, I'm in the book. I can't wait to see. But apart from that, it's going to be incredible. Really excited. I have too many tabs open. There it is. And Krista, in this email, she says, hey there, just want to let you know that the book will supposedly be in my garage/warehouse on April 25th. So I'll have copies for the Utah Raptor State Park opening. Hard to believe it's actually happening. I guess 3 years isn't that bad of a timeline. The guy that wrote American Prometheus took 25 years to write it. But it sure feels like a long time. Cheers, Krista. Nice. Exciting stuff. Very exciting stuff. Cannot wait. Yeah, shoot. Can you order by snail mail? Says buyer fringent grading. I mean, it. Maybe you should email Krista first though to arrange that. Yeah. Anyhow, really, really exciting. I can't wait for that. Anyway, we got to get back into our direwolf discussion, I guess. So let's shift gears here. Back to this. And holy cow, I didn't realize that this video was half an hour long with Hank Green. We're not going to watch the whole thing, but it's going to bring up some points and we'll go from there. Yeah. Anyhow.
It's going to be genetic modification and species engineering and synthetic species.
And here, again, for people who have just kind of come in recently, let me set this up properly. There we go. Some of you have probably heard about this. The return of the direwolf. Oh boy. No longer extinct. This is Remus. He's a direwolf, the first to exist in over 10,000 years. Endangered species could be changed forever. This is, not the whole story. We're talking about why. Yeah. And there you go, Paleo Ken. I'm sorry. The people have been clamoring for more discussion of this. That's why I'm doing it. Not necessarily because I really want to, but because I have got some kind of a duty to talk about this sort of thing if this is what people are curious about. Yeah.
And we're having those conversations now because we're going to have to figure it out then, and we're going to be fighting about it the whole time, I promise you. So in this section of the video, we're going to talk about wolves in Yellowstone National Park. And I think that this is weird because it makes you think that the genetically modified wolves that they have created are going to be part of a project like this, but they aren't going to be, and they should not be, and they should not be released into the wild because the niche that they would have filled in the former Pleistocene Americas does not exist anymore. You would not want dire wolves walking around.
And Ken, I understand you. Yeah. You do whatever you got to do, Ken.
Out of the wild, because there's no food for them. But the utility here, there is utility here. One is potential economic utility of having a little theme park. But number two is proof of concept for technologies. And we're going to get to those technologies, but this has nothing to do with that because we're talking about wolves, but these wolves are not going to be reintroduced to the wild, and there is no niche for them because all the food that they ate is extinct. It has been for
we were talking about
thousands
this.
of years.
So yeah, again, land mammals of North America, everybody on the perimeter is now gone from North America. Mastodons, mammoths, ground sloths, camels, various species of bison and tapir and other critters like that. They're extinct in North America now, if not worldwide. Yeah.
I thought if we could use it as an opportunity where we can also develop technologies that can help wolves, we thought it was the right first project given how important wolves are to ecosystems.
Now you can make the case that it's important to do this with wolves because wolves are important to ecosystems, and there are other wolves that are weirdly not mentioned in this video that can potentially benefit from some of the research being done here. And are. It's weird that this isn't mentioned in this video, but Colossal has also cloned red wolf coyote hybrids with the intent of having a species to fill that niche in America, in the United States, in places where there were once red wolves and there no longer are. We've done stuff like that. Like we've done it with Przewalski's horse, where we, had a Przewalski's horse basically have the embryo of a Przewalski's horse implanted into a domestic horse. And now we have more Przewalski's horses in the world, and that's good. Because that's a natural species of horse that should be in their ecosystem. There's niches for them to exist inside of because they are very recently have left those niches. And predators and wolves are very important to ecosystems, and doing this work with red wolves could potentially have benefit. I just don't know why it's not mentioned in this video. You haven't heard about it. You haven't heard that Colossal cloned red wolves as part of this. I don't know why not.
One of the challenges when we started working on the direwolf was that we knew of only 2 direwolf specimens in the world that contained some usable DNA.
All right. Now, this is like a legitimately cool, I'm excited about it part of the thing where they found enough direwolf DNA. And it wasn't just them. I think that there are researchers who work with Colossal and are on this research, but then there are people who are just at Colossal or just on this research or whatever. We've had tons of direwolf skulls from the La Brea tar pits, but because it's a tar pit, all the DNA is super degraded. You're not going to get anything off of those. But we have found a couple.
There's something like 4,000 direwolf skulls from La Brea. Yeah, it's bonkers. This is just a small sample of what they have there. Each one of these is a complete Anacyon dirus skull. Dire wolf skull. There's like 400 plus in here. And again, that's like 1/10 of what they've got. It's incredible.
Couple of specimens of dire wolves. One is, I think, 12,000 years ago. One's like almost 80,000 years old. And we've gotten, I think from the older one, we actually got more DNA. That's a long time ago to get usable DNA, to get not just all of the direwolf genome, but like multiple copies of it so that you can fill in a lot of the gaps. You're not going to get one solid unbroken genome, but you could get multiples so that you could do a bunch of computer analysis and have basically.
Let's see if we can get to like a conclusion toward the end of this, because I don't want to talk about this the entire stream. We've got other stuff to talk about as well. So let's jump to about here.
That they have to say that direwolves are back. And of course I feel like a stick in the mud. I feel that part of my job is popularizing science, but a bigger part of my job is saying true things. And so I can't sit here and tell you that direwolves have been de-extincted, when in reality there are a few gray wolves that have been genetically modified to more closely resemble direwolves. In a thoughtful way, but like that's not a direwolf. And what I know is that organisms are extraordinarily complicated. And if you change 20 genes, in the course of actually evolving those 20 changes, a bunch of other stuff's gonna happen that are gonna look like they don't matter, but probably do matter. You know, if you get bigger, you have to have more systems for controlling cancer because you have more cells. So these genetically modified wolves might be much more prone to getting cancer because they gave them the get big gene, but they didn't do all the little subtle tweaks to the rest of the genome that would allow for that genome to happen while keeping the natural lifespan the same length or even longer, as tends to happen with larger organisms. That's not like a thing that's definitely going to happen, just to be clear. But it's an example of like the reality of the complexity of organisms. You can't like put 20 human genes in a chimpanzee and get a human, obviously. So I think it's really cool. But I also think that it's an example of like the trouble you get into when you want science to be privately funded, where you have to be doing things that like excite billionaires. And so you end up in a situation where like maybe there was a better candidate for all of these things, but they also have to have a candidate that's splashy and that makes headlines and that, Peter Jackson can cuddle with a direwolf. And that creates incentives to do weird stuff, like saying that they have a paper that indicates that gray wolves are the closest ancestor to direwolves when that's not the current established understanding of the taxonomy here. But maybe it would be, but the paper didn't come out in time, and so why isn't the paper out? If the paper exists, why can't we see it? Usually you wouldn't talk about the results from a paper a bunch on a subreddit before the paper gets published. And I think that it's important to note that this company has like a $10 billion valuation, so there has to be like a way that the investors expect at some point that money to come back to them. There's a few things that are like really exciting, like applying knowledge in new ways with a large placental mammal, lots of edits leading to viable offspring, a real differently shaped organism in a way that I don't think that you would make the case that this is a new species, but if you did, it's not going to be a direwolf, but it would be a synthetic species. I think contemplating the idea of a synthetic species when you can do multiplex gene editing, we kind of have to do that now, I guess. Like, if you can do multiplex gene editing, we have to wrestle with the reality that we can now probably create synthetic species.
That is something that people have been doing for literally thousands of years, but just doing it much more slowly and much more messily through selective breeding. Now it's just much more quick and much more precise. But that quickness... Excuse me. Bless me. That quickness is kind of part of the problem. It's like, if you can do this much more easily with far fewer animals in a laboratory, it does raise a lot of questions about ethics and about ecology.
Species are on the table now. And it's not like they were taking gray wolf genes and putting them in gray wolves. Like, these are other genes from other species that they're putting in gray wolves. That's why.
But they're not actually from other species. They're just modifying some of those genes using CRISPR, right? It's not actually a transgenic thing where they're taking DNA out of an extinct direwolf element and then putting it into a gray wolf. They're just modifying the gray wolf genome, as I understand it.
Like, it's amazing. But I think that talking about creating a synthetic species would be way like less exciting for a lot of people, not just because it's really cool to make a direwolf, but because it's kind of scary to make a synthetic species. Like, it's totally seems probably fine to a lot of folks who are, not thinking about biology and ecology all day long. It probably seems pretty cool to like bring back a species that used to exist, where it would probably feel to a lot of those people a lot less cool to talk about creating a species that has never existed, which is closer to what Colossal just did. And Colossal needs to tell a story that's exciting for the public, exciting for their investors, makes it feel like they're making progress in a way that like making a woolly mouse, which is something that they also did, does not feel exciting. Like, they're incentivized to tell this specific story that I don't think is valuable to tell, and I don't think is accurate. Like, I think that it's not true, which, I don't know. I feel like that's
the end of the video, I guess? Okay. Here's a link to that. I feel a little bit silly watching something like that when I've been making some of the same points and also just... Anywho, yeah. The new dire wolf is a wolf whose genes have been modified, so it's a genetically modified. It is diagonal, yeah. It's a GMO wolf. Yeah. There was a Scientific American piece about this.
Do you think dinosaurs are put together correctly? The bones. You're smart. What do you think?
Do a research on that, Oliver.
I never.
Thank you, Suna Al, for the follow. Alright, I've got to try and somehow link my print account to my online account for Scientific American. I don't even know if I have an online account. I don't think I do. Okay. Give me just a second here. Something went wrong. Please try again later. What? Sign in successful. Okay, great. There we go. So what I gotta do is find that print copy of Scientific American and then put in one of the numbers there. Should be in the mailing label. Give me just a second here. Alright, here we go. It doesn't have the shipping label on it though. That's great. No shipping label. Because they've been shipping them in envelopes, and I throw the envelopes away. Hang on. I gotta go run into the other room and see if I can find a copy that's got my address on it. Hang tight for just a minute. I'll be right back, and then we'll get into this article from Scientific American with some other scientist perspectives on the whole dire wolf thing. Here, while you're waiting for that, let's let's watch a movie trailer for another movie that kind of misrepresented something. I'll be right back in just a minute.
Location unknown.
Charter 373. This is Commander Mills. My ship was hit by an undocumented asteroid. Send help.
We've crash landed on an uncharted celestial body.
Location unknown.
There's something alien out there. to be quiet and move.
Bag of silly and their sixth graders are all meat eaters too.
Wasn't it a meteor?
They're all meat eaters. Meteor.
Bag of Silly, thank you for the raid. How are you doing? Welcome back to Paleontologizing. I hope you had an excellent stream. If you like quirky and very funny streams, and if you like quirky and very funny bird emotes, go check out Bag of Silly. Good stuff. Here, I had to go... Silly, how to explain? We're talking about this all this hype around the direwolf de-extinction, and I was trying to log into Scientific American so we could read an article about that, but then my login wasn't working. I had to go run upstairs and grab a physical copy so I could get my code off of the mailing address, and then, well, cross your fingers this works. But anyway, good to have you here, Silly and Raiders. Hope you had an excellent stream. Yeah. Enter your account number. Should be right there. A 1 or a slash? It's a slash. Okay. Submit. Your account has been successfully linked. Go to the home page. Don't mind if I do. All right. Excellent. And Dr. Irrefutable with a Ko-Fi donation. Thank you for that. Let's check on this real quick. Holy cow, Dr. Irrefutable. Hey, Danny, I know you're getting ready to head out to St. George again, and I thought you might need some trail mix. Looking forward to field streams again. Thank you so much, Dr. Irrefutable. That is very, very generous of you. Thank you very much for that. Phenomenal. That's a chunk of change right there. That'll pay for a hotel room for me on the way down or the way up, potentially. I know where all the cheap places are. Thank you, Dr. Irrefutable. That really helps me out. I appreciate it. Wonderful. Yeah. Excellent. Here we go, and we got it. After login, let's take a look at this. Scientific American, 5-minute read. Did scientists actually de-extinct the direwolf? Maybe they could be said to have de-extincted the direwolf in one particular place.
Wow! The land of make-believe!
I hope I'm not being too catty about this. Colossal Bioscience says it has de-extincted the direwolf, but other scientists disagree and say more important conservation science is being lost in all the hype. The boy who cried direwolf. There you go, isolated, yeah. The television series Game of Thrones helped popularize direwolves. Again, this is news to me. I didn't realize. I thought people knew about direwolves from La Brea, you know, from the tar pits. My naive hope as a paleontologist is that people would be excited about Pleistocene megafauna for its own sake and not because of, you know, a fantasy television show. Whatever. But the creatures don't just represent a figment of science fiction. Is Game of Thrones science fiction? It's fantasy. The direwolf was a real animal that went extinct around 10,000 years ago. We all know this. On Monday, Colossal Biosciences, a Dallas, Texas-based biotechnology company, announced that it had brought the species back with the birth of 2 pups last October and a third this past January. The company had previously announced the development of a woolly mouse, or a mouse whose genome was edited to give it brown, shaggy fur, like that of the extinct woolly mammoth. There are some major issues with that Blint was hinting at when we were talking on stream on Monday about this. Anyway, but many scientists say that what Colossal produced this time is not, in fact, the direwolf. It's not. Rather, they say it is a gray wolf whose genome has been edited to give it some direwolf-like traits. And even that, I think, is a little bit suspect. I don't know. What were direwolves? Direwolves, Anoscion dirus, are an extinct carnivore that lived throughout what is today North and South America during the Pleistocene and early Holocene epochs, about 250,000 to 10,000 years ago. First described in the 1850s, their fossils have been found all over the Americas, perhaps most famously in Los Angeles' La Brea tar pits. Yes, indeed. When I was there back in September, we saw direwolves galore. There we go.
And then let's mosey on over this way. Let's see some more of the pits. Last time that I was here, they even had some blocks crated off. Like they'd built in these wooden crates around these blocks of tar. And as an example of all of these specimens that exist here, the huge sample size, take a look at the wall of skulls here.
Pretty incredible.
So cool. I've been seeing pictures of this since I was a little kid. Dreaming of coming here and seeing it in person, and it is magical. This is the kind of sample size that I, as a dinosaur paleontologist, dream about. We don't have this kind of thing for hardly any dinosaurs. So the amount of science that you can...
We don't have 400 skulls for any dinosaur, except maybe Triceratops.
Do quantitative work on direwolves. This just enables all kinds of really, really cool research.
Fangaliv says, saber-toothed cats are what I remember most from La Brea. They're very cool, too. But there's a lot more Anoscion dirus, direwolves, than there are Smilodon, saber-toothed cats there. Yeah. Anyway, La Brea, if you want to see real direwolves, La Brea is one of the best places to go. Doesn't Psittacosaurus also have a load of samples? Yeah, but they're not really published or all in one place. And they're of different species of Psittacosaurus. So, yeah. Yeah. I don't want to get too bogged down in that right now, but let's continue. So these predators, Anoscion dirus, could grow up to 6 feet in length, and their large skull and jaws were adapted to take down Pleistocene megafauna, such as mastodons and bison. At least that's kind of the assumption, I think. It is thought that direwolves died out as their prey did. And are direwolves related to modern wolves? Key question here. Key question. As a paleontologist, this is, I think, extraordinarily important here when we're talking about this. Because of skeletal similarities, scientists had thought that direwolves were relatives of modern gray wolves. But DNA evidence published in a 2021 study found direwolves belong to a much older evolutionary lineage of dogs. The resemblance between direwolves and gray wolves is an example of convergent evolution, when species separately evolve similar adaptations because they lead a similar lifestyle, the study's researchers said at the time. Beth Shapiro, so again, this is really important. Convergent evolution is one of these things that we talk about a fair bit on this channel. So convergent evolution is when you can get a similar kind of morphology, or at least a similar kind of idea, from different starting points. So bats evolved from small kind of mouse-like mammals, we think. Birds evolved from small two-legged feathered dinosaurs, and yet they both have wings. These are animals that are not closely related at all. But the important thing is that they've both evolved wings and the ability to fly pretty well, from totally different starting points. This is kind of obvious for these guys because they've got different approaches to having wings. Bats have these membranous patagia, these skin membranes stretched between the fingers of their hands and also stretching back to their ankles. That's how they're able to fly. Birds have feathers, obviously, that are attached to their arms and hands and their tails. That's what forms the airfoil in birds. So different approaches to flight. They both have wings, but different evolutionary trajectories. But they've both converged on flight. They've both converged on this vaguely similar morphology from different starting points. Hence, convergent evolution. Converging there. Other classic examples are dolphins, sharks, and ichthyosaurs, and penguins too. They've all evolved a similar kind of shape. They're all very nimble in the water. That's how they catch their prey. Different starting points from these critters. Sharks evolved from earlier cartilaginous fishes. Ichthyosaurs evolved from kind of lizard-like ancestors, reptiles that lived on land. Penguins evolved from earlier birds, which evolved from dinosaurs. Dolphins, like all whales, evolved from a hoofed mammal ancestor that lived on land. So again, this is convergent evolution. Similar lifestyles can lead to sometimes vaguely similar and sometimes strikingly similar morphologies. If you have similar evolutionary pressures, you can end up with similar appearance. That's convergent evolution. Now, it's thought that dire wolves, Anoscion dirus, they came from an earlier lineage, an earlier group of dog-like mammals, and they've independently evolved to look like a wolf, even though they're not right next to wolves on the family tree. They'd be a little bit further back, but they've independently evolved a really similar morphology. That's the idea here. Does that make sense? Yeah. And Tactical Body Wash, hello to you. Welcome to Paleontologizing. So yeah, and there you go, Fango limbs, yeah. So anywho, there's somebody on Reddit making an interesting point. Gee, I wonder what they were actually shooting for. Yeah, Direwolf from Colossal, and Direwolf from Game of Thrones, which is not actually what direwolves would have looked like. Yeah. Anyhow, does that make sense? Have we got the idea of convergent evolution down pat? Are we clear on this? Everybody understand? It's important. Yeah. And both of them are fish anyway. Yeah, but that's beside the point, Pozvok. Anywho. The resemblance between dire wolves and gray wolves seems to be an example of convergent evolution, when species separately evolve similar adaptations as they lead a similar lifestyle, studies researchers said at that time. But Beth Shapiro, who is now Colossal's chief science officer, she was the one in those videos earlier, and I was repeating, trying to hammer home the point that, like, she is a legitimate scientist. She is well respected. She's done a lot of cool work before she joined up with Colossal. She's a trusted researcher on this kind of thing. She's not a charlatan. She's not a hack. She's an expert in her field. He was a co-author on the 2021 paper. Oh, she was a co-author on that paper? I didn't realize that. Hang on. Let's find that. There it is right there. In the journal Nature, really high-profile journal. One of the big two in paleontology. So, like, you can't really get a paper into a higher-tier journal than this. This is the most prestigious you can get. Direwolves were the last of an ancient New World canid lineage. Direwolves are considered to be one of the most common and widespread large carnivores in Pleistocene America, yet relatively little is known about their evolutionary extinction. Here to reconstruct the evolutionary history of direwolves, we sequenced 5 genomes from subfossil remains. So that's fossils that aren't actually really fossilized yet. They're too recent. And not permineralized yet. Dating from 13,000 to more than 50,000 years ago. Our results indicate that although they were similar morphologically to the extant gray wolf, direwolves were a highly divergent lineage that split from living canids around 5.7 million years ago. Not wolves, in other words. They're a different kind of dog-like critter. Very much not wolves. I want to emphasize that point. Just... You got that? Direwolves. Not wolves. That's the idea put forth in this paper, and it's been pretty well accepted, as I understand it. In contrast to numerous examples of hybridization across Canidae, there is no evidence for gene flow between direwolves, neither North American gray wolves or coyotes. This suggests that direwolves evolved in isolation from the Pleistocene ancestors of these species. Our results also support an early New World origin for direwolves, while the ancestors of gray wolves, coyotes, and dholes evolved in Eurasia and colonized North America only relatively recently. So direwolves would have been evolving in the Americas long before gray wolves came in. Different lineages. That's the idea here. I didn't realize that Beth Shapiro, who is their chief science officer at Colossal, she's an author on this paper. Granted, there's a lot of authors. But, there she is right there. Yeah. Yeah. So this time, scientists were able to extract and sequence DNA from a 13,000-year-old tooth and a 72,000-year-old skull that yielded more complete genomic data than the samples used in the 2021 study. So this is what I haven't heard yet, and this might partially vindicate what they're talking about over at Colossal. The results, Shapiro says, show the direwolf was the result of hybridization between 2 ancient, now extinct canid lineages. So, completely different conclusion. Interesting. Direwolves' closest modern relatives are wolves, coyotes, and dholes. And the new findings suggest they share 99.5% of their DNA with gray wolves. That finding is said to be detailed in a paper that will be posted to the preprint server at archive.org. Such preprint studies have not yet been peer-reviewed, and this is an issue in science. Diatom's Attack, I see there in the chat. Diatom's Attack, what are your feelings on extraordinary scientific claims that have not yet been peer-reviewed? What's your general feeling on that? Put you on the spot. Hard pass, says Diatom's Attack. Hard pass. There's a reason why we have peer review in science, and you need kind of it's quality control. You're checking with other researchers and saying, "Hey, is this legit? What do you think about this?" Without that, it's not really science. To a certain extent. That's not how we practice science, at least. You know, you have to have that kind of community verification. You have to have other workers in your field check your work. And, you know, there are certainly issues with peer review. I've heard horror stories about sometimes somebody just has a vendetta against somebody else. They get the paper stuck in review for a decade or whatever. These sorts of things do happen, but we're not going to throw the baby out with the bathwater and say, oh, well, we need to get rid of peer review because of this. You know? Yeah. I don't like pre-pubs. Yeah. I don't like the pay pubs either. I'm right there with you. Paywalls in science, especially when so much of this work is taxpayer funded in the first place. You know, the paywalled stuff is it's not great. I won't even review papers from MDPI journals. I just say no, it says Diatoms Attack. We need more researchers like you, Diatoms. I admire that. And B. Mabnos says, when I think of non-peer-reviewed stuff, I think of the cold fusion incident. Yeah. So anyway, I'm not saying that this work is not legit. It's just we have no way of knowing yet. You can't take people's word for things in science. That's not how it works. Show me the data is the mantra. Show me the data. And they haven't done that yet. It would be awesome if they did that before this announcement. If it's all legit, then that's the way you're supposed to do things. And they've kind of got it backwards here. So, what did Colossal Biosciences create? After examining the direwolf genome, Shapiro and her team edited 20 sites on 14 genes in the genome of the modern gray wolf, Canis lupus, introducing what they say are 15 extinct direwolf variants. No ancient direwolf genes themselves were directly inserted into the genome, however. This is what I've been saying this whole stream. So it's not really transgenic in that sense, where you've got DNA from a different critter inserted into a second critter. No. The scientists created embryos that were planted into surrogate dogs. Colossal targeted genes to affect phenotype, or the observable characteristics of an organism. In this case, largely its appearance. The company's scientists edited genes that affect fur color and thickness and body size, as well as ears, skull, and facial shape. We're using a morphological species concept, Shapiro says. I mean, can you really call it that? Using a genetic approach? And then talking about morphological species concepts? No, that just feels a little... I'm nitpicking here, but if you're saying, yeah, well, all we really care about is phenotype, so we're all about genotype here. I'm sorry, what? Anyway. To make something that is genetically identical to an ancient direwolf through gene editing is not really possible. We can't create that many edits at once, she says. Again, because if you go mucking around with too much of the genome, you're gonna break things. And, yeah, there you go, Patrick Crusader. They didn't use all the genes they had because scientists were worried that those genes would cause deafness and blindness. Yeah, kind of like, I think that's a thing in cats. Cats with white fur and blue eyes. Usually deaf, aren't they? Yeah. deafness in white-furred cats with blue eyes is highly prevalent due to a shared gene that is connected to inherited deafness in cats. Interesting. Dogs too, says Garakabulka. Interesting. I don't know all the nuts and bolts about this, but yeah, that's just what it reminded me of. You know, if you're editing the genome to produce white fur, you might end up with some other traits like that, like deafness, that find their way into there. So we can't create that many edits at once, she says, but that's not the goal. Instead, Shapiro adds, we want to create functional versions of extinct species. We don't want to have something that is 100% genetically identical. You don't want to, or you can't? I don't know. I wonder. Other scientists disagree with this view, however. This is a designer dog. This is a genetically modified gray wolf, says Jacqueline Gill. We looked at some of her Blue Sky posts yesterday. Her Blue Sky tweets, we'll call them. She's a paleoecologist at the University of Maine, who has worked with Shapiro in the past, but was not involved in this project. I have more than 14 Neanderthal genes in me, and we wouldn't call me a Neanderthal. Yeah, I probably do too. Some people would call me a Neanderthal, but those people aren't being very nice. The pups don't have any traits that would allow us to understand the direwolf any better than we did yesterday, Gill says. Adding that understanding Ice Age organisms isn't just a matter of knowing what they looked like or what they ate, but also knowing what they did in those ancient ecosystems. Some of those things are coded genetically, some of those are cultural and passed down from generation to generation. Huh, Mini Pug? Isn't that true? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. At best, this would be an incremental step toward de-extinction, she says. And even if scientists could clone a direwolf that was completely identical to its extinct ancestor... Mini Pie's stepping on my soundboard again. What? Yeah, stop it. Even if scientists could clone a direwolf that was completely identical to its extinct ancestor, Gill adds, that would raise a very important question. What are we going to do with it? What are we going to do with it? Where do you put a direwolf, given that those Pleistocene direwolves were feeding on things like probably bison, camels, American horses, maybe mastodons, ground sloths, mammoths, etc. Yeah. The dire house cat wishes a further payment of rent. I mean, she does. I gotta pay up here. She's like, you're gonna regret it if you don't. All right, Mini Pie. All right. Let's get you paid here, huh? Yeah. What do we got? What do we got here? Oh yeah, that's the stuff. That's what I'm here for. There we go. What do you think? What? You don't want to eat these? What are you doing? She's like, okay, fine, I guess. He's like, I wanted the whole bag, but I guess I'll take these. Oh, Mini Pie. Mirth says direwolf range was LA across the US South. There's nowhere a safe population could be put that wouldn't put them in conflict or keep them there. I want to say they ranged up north into Canada too. I'm not 100% sure about that, but I want to say that we've got anus scion bones from like Montana and stuff. do you think, Minnie? I think she just wanted some treats. Okay. What are the conservation implications of this work? The wolves created by Colossal are being kept in a large preserve in an undisclosed location somewhere in the northern U.S. Colossal has worked with the American Humane Society to ensure the animals' welfare, and the company says it will be monitoring their health and development. There is cool science here. I just wish it wasn't getting lost in hype. And thank you, Miss Capri Kel, for the tier 3 sub 12 months now. Holy moly. Do I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Here, we gotta turn alerts back on, and there we go. Let's see. Thank you, Miss Capri Cal. Tier 3, holy moly. That's a serious subscription there, and it helped me pay the bills. I appreciate it, Miss Capri Cal. It means a lot to me. It really does. Yeah. So Colossal currently has no plans to breed these wolves. For now, it is doing feasibility studies on creating more of the animals to add to the pack, and to perhaps give to indigenous tribes that Colossal says have expressed interest in keeping the wolves in preserves on tribal land. But introducing dire wolves to the landscape beyond that is difficult to envision, Gil says. The biggest animals alive today were middle-sized during the Pleistocene. We have downsized planet Earth, she says, noting that conservationists already struggle to maintain and support populations of large predators such as gray wolves. It's hard to imagine a practical application here. True. Yeah. There is, however, conservation potential in gene editing techniques used by the Colossal team. For a different species, the endangered red wolf. Red wolves, once found from Texas to Pennsylvania, saw their numbers nosedive in the 20th century because of hunting and habitat loss. Declared extinct in the wild in 1980, they were eventually reintroduced using a captive breeding program. But as with many endangered populations, the gene pool is limited. There is work with various species to collect genetic information from scan punches to biobank genetic material. We've talked about this with Bolin before, and with Lita, in order to introduce more diversity into extant populations. Shapiro says Colossal's technique, which uses routine blood draws, yields cells that are easier to reprogram than those that come from skin, and could thus be a better way of diversifying the red wolf gene pool. It's actually using technology to prevent species from going extinct, says Matt James, Colossal's chief animal officer. Gil agrees that this approach is potentially promising. There is cool science here, she says. I just wish it wasn't getting lost in hype. There you go. Here is a link to this from Scientific American. It is paywalled, but if you have a Scientific American subscription, a print subscription like I do, then you can link that to the website and get it online for free. I actually really recommend Scientific American. If you want to stay up to date on what's going on in different scientific fields, if you are a scientist and you want to know what's going on outside of your particular realm of expertise, like, I don't know what's going on with particle physics or astronomy or sociology or whatever, but this sort of thing helps keep me up to date. This is not sponsored, I appreciate that Scientific American seems to have gotten a lot better in recent years. I remember them being pretty good, interesting stuff when I was a kid. I subscribed to Scientific American when I was in middle school and high school. And then, but I don't know, I always kind of felt like they had a kind of pernicious, like, pro-industry bias in a lot of things. I feel like a lot of that isn't there anymore. I feel like they also had this kind of slavish, need to be seen as always 100% bipartisan on all political issues here in the U.S. And I don't feel like they have that anymore. I feel like they've kind of grown some teeth. I appreciate that. And I feel like they've been a little bit better at showcasing the social sciences too. Not such a heavy bend toward chemistry and physics. If that makes sense. So yeah, I don't know. I like Scientific American nowadays. I've been pleasantly surprised and impressed with the direction they've been moving in for the past few years. It's good stuff. Yeah. Anywho, Petrodactylus says regarding the last part of this article, see, that part is cool, and it's a shame it's getting so overshadowed by misinformation. I agree. Yeah. This idea of using blood draws, being able to get good genetic material out of that. That could be phenomenal for biobanking some of this material and being able to increase genetic diversity in really small populations. Think about the vaquita porpoise, like we were talking about on Monday. It's a lot less invasive than taking a literal, like, tissue plug out of the animal. You know, if all you need is a little bit of blood, it could be a big deal. It could be really useful. So, yeah. Anywho. Yeah. Here's a little video about that from Scientific American. Red wolves conservation could benefit from gene editing techniques. Do we have narration here, or is it just footage of red wolves? Okay, cool. Anywho, red wolves are like a subspecies of gray wolf, as I understand it. Canis lupus rufus. And Heresy2112, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Good stuff. Anyway, yeah. Excellent. Well, we are. If you've got any other questions about the whole direwolf de-extinction thing, let me know. But I think it might be time to move into Marsh Madness here. What do you think, Chad? You ready for that? Let me know. Give you a second to respond. And let me drink up some water here. Quiet chat. All right, let's do Marsh Madness. There we go. Miar, Asnabal, Marsh Madness. Yes, indeed. Here we go. Here is our current bracket as it stands right now. Preconodon yesterday beat Torosaurus to move on to the current round. We're going to have a matchup between Triceratops and Nodosaurus here. And then, yeah, and then we'll do Stegosaurus versus Allosaurus. Yeah. Oh, that's interesting, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah, that's weird how, like, politics gets involved in that. There's a lot of discourse of red wolves are subspecies or a separate species. What is a species, even? I know. But the Endangered Species Act doesn't focus on subspecies. Yeah, that makes sense. And OG Mountain Dragon says, were gray wolves and dire wolves around at the same time and competing with each other? Yes, they were. We've got fossils from La Brea.
Maybe there's even dinosaurs.
Phosphor, thanks for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. I don't know if we've got an accessible database of the specimens from La Brea. Research and collections. collections. These are... Who can tell me what these are? I know what they are. Anybody got an idea? What are those objects there? Claws? Asked Brushwing. What do you think they might be from? They're not horns. It is a kind of claw. Not from a dire wolf, though. Your baby teeth, incredible. Like, these are finger claws from a ground sloth. Probably Paramylodon, I'm guessing. Yeah, looks like it. There's a really, really big Paramylodon claw. Sloth claws often have that kind of, like, sheath at the base. Yeah. But that's what those are right there. Paramylodon claws, or claws of some kind of ground sloth. They might be multiple species, but my money would be on Paramylodon. Yeah. Anyway, very cool. And that's just a bony core. Exactly, Lenina, yeah. With some of these, you can kind of see where the keratin sheath would meet up with the bone right there. It's interesting how these work. Like with this right here. Yeah. So the keratin sheath would kind of come off of this like that and probably meet up right there. That's my guess. I'm spitballing here. I don't actually work on these guys, but that makes sense to me. Yeah. So yeah, that animal would look Paramylodon. Something like this. Big old ground sloth. We don't actually know exactly what their faces looked like. Or what their coat color was. A lot of that stuff is kind of mysterious. But big bulky skeletons on these guys. Interesting animals. Very interesting indeed. I really like this reconstruction. It's a good one. Anyhow, yeah. And Benabinoid says those claws were bones and not keratin. Yeah. When we talk about the claws of fossil organisms, usually it's just the bony core, what we call the ungule, that's preserved. On extraordinarily rare occasions, you can get keratin preserved over it too, but usually the keratin decomposes just like the flesh and the skin and the hair and everything else does. Does that make sense? So in this case, these are just the bony cores of those claws. Oh, Benabinoids. Oh, maybe you were confused and you thought that they were made of bone instead of keratin? No. Bone is the core of it, and there would be a keratin sheath over the top. This is true of mammals, this is true of dinosaurs. I could show you an example. From this museum in Blanding, Utah.
Generally speaking, the males would probably be the more, vivid, flamboyant ones. I have.
There we go.
And check this out. This is a baryonyx claw right here. I have a cast of this, or rather a 3D print at home. I'm very familiar with the specimen. This is the one at the British Museum. So that's the bony core right there. And if you go around the side, there it is reconstructed with the keratin on the top. So
right there.
Birds are kind of the same way, where they've got a bony core to their claws, but that doesn't show you how big the actual claw would be in life. That's really neat. I love that. I think this maps out to like how big the claw should be with the keratin sheath over the top. Really neat. Yeah.
Cool. So again, bony core, keratin sheath over the top of it, making it so much longer and sharper, like you would see for these two. Does that make sense? Yeah. And Crimson Carnotaurus, when was this? This would have been, I think, July of 2021. I'll give you a link to the video. So, several years ago. Yeah, 2021. Yeah. And Benabinoid says, is that why I cut too close on my dog's nail? It hurts? Yeah, so here on this claw, you can kind of see the blood groove in there. So the keratin around the outside needs nourishment. It needs blood supply. So like your fingernails are always growing. There are blood vessels that supply that keratin with nutrients so it can continue to grow. That's a blood groove right there. And so if you were to cut this dinosaur's nail and cut it too short, you could actually cut into that and it could bleed. The quick, I guess. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Yeah, pretty neat. Pretty neat. Anywho, I was going to look into the collections to see how many Anacyon Dirus skulls they have there. Is it in the collections? Yeah. Anywho, I don't think they have a publicly accessible database online, because that would be really cool. But I don't think they've got that. Anywho. Yeah. From there, let's get into Marsh Madness, shall we? Yeah. Let's do it. For those of you who are not familiar with it, Marsh Madness has been a little thing that we've been doing over the course of our streams for the past month or so. Over a month now. Shoot. It started at the beginning of March. There was a guy named Othniel Charles Marsh who is the first ever professor of paleontology here in the United States. He's kind of famous for being one of the main combatants in the Bone Wars. So Othniel Charles Marsh and Edward Drinker Cope were arch rivals in the 1870s through the 1890s. These two guys were both from the East Coast. They sent crews out to Western North America, out to Wyoming and Colorado and Montana, surrounding areas, each trying to name the most and the biggest and the best extinct creatures. Ancient mammals, Mesozoic marine reptiles, and of course dinosaurs. We'll be talking much more about these two guys tomorrow. That's kind of the focus of our stream tomorrow, is the Bone Wars and Cope and what happened to his skull after he died. It's a really crazy story. We'll be talking about that. But yeah, anyway, of the two of them, Marsh named by far the most dinosaurs. A lot of your favorite dinosaurs, most likely. Allosaurus, Stegosaurus, Diplodocus, Apatosaurus, aka Brontosaurus, Triceratops, Ceratosaurus, Dryosaurus, Ornithomimus. Marsh named all of those guys. And so here in Marsh Madness, we've been looking at each of these different dinosaurs, 16 of them, and picked the 16 best known ones in the general public. And we've been having a single round elimination tournament with these dinosaurs. So we've been talking about each one. We've been looking at what's known about them scientifically, how many fossils have been discovered. We've been looking at the original scientific descriptions published by O.C. Marsh. And we've been looking and pop culture depictions, too. People have been picking their favorites, and we've been winnowing it down. We're going to get to our final 4 today, with Triceratops versus Nodosaurus. And then, we're going to get to our final 3, after we have Stegosaurus versus Allosaurus. We'll have our winner of this entire conference, the Jurassic West Conference, all Morrison Formation dinosaurs. We'll get our final one here, but first, we're gonna have Triceratops versus Nodosaurus. There is chance for a major upset here because Triceratops is our number 2 seed. Nodosaurus is number 10. They're gonna be going head to head right here. And we'll have a poll in the chat. Everybody can vote. That's how we pick our winner. Oh, here we go. Well, let's dive into this, shall we? Let's start off with Nodosaurus here. You know what? Actually, let's start off with Triceratops. Because Triceratops is probably going to win this one. I don't know. People love Triceratops. I love Triceratops. This is one of the hands on that are dreadful. Here. There we go. Here's an excellent depiction of Triceratops right here from the game Saurian. Those hands look much better. At least on the Fujiwara paper. I think Fujiwara 2009. Anywho. Triceratops is one of the best studied and potentially most informative dinosaurs that we have. It's not just a supremely popular dinosaur among the public at large. It's also a dinosaur that we have more specimens of than almost any other genus of dinosaur. So, kind of goofy pop culture depictions of the critter. And stuff like this.
With 6-inch daggers for teeth, he was the terror of his neighborhood. Triceratops, sort of a 30-foot walking battering ram. That skull measures 7 feet.
You can see why this dinosaur captured the imagination of generations of kids and adults alike. And Triceratops is really special in the sense that it is the last of the ceratopsid dinosaurs. The very last, as far as we know. When that asteroid hit 66 million years ago, Triceratops was there to greet it, if you can call it that. In fact, it's this particular species of Triceratops, Triceratops prorsus, the one with the big nasal horn and the kind of short, broad brow horns. This is the one from the very, very end of the Maastrichtian stage of the Cretaceous period, the top of the Hell Creek Formation. Triceratops prorsus is the last of the ceratopsid dinosaurs. And one of the biggest, too. Triceratops has got a lot of superlatives going for it. They get big. Like, really big. People talk about Pentaceratops being the largest of the ceratopsids. I don't think that's correct. I've seen isolated Triceratops bits and pieces, vertebrae with centra like this. It's like, what is that, from a sauropod in the Hell Creek? No. It's just a really, really big Triceratops. They get pretty enormous. And, yeah, special place in my heart. I've dug up a lot of Triceratops over the years. They're, supremely cool animals. Hello there, asteroid. Goodbye there, Ceratopsians. This is Commodore. And Dr. Irrefutable says, any theories about why they were so prolific? Like, so common? A big part of that is just... there's a lot of exposed rock of the Hell Creek and Lance Formation.
Ontogeny.
There. So the Hell Creek Formation, Hell Creek and Lance Formation, I guess. Triceratops occurs in both. Covers 4 different U.S. states. And we've got Triceratops from all 4 of them. So everything that's in this light green here, this is either Hell Creek or Lance. Basically, if there's green there, then you can find Triceratops. North Dakota, South Dakota, Wyoming, and Montana. Part of Montana is cut off here, which is why it's not particularly Montana-shaped. But anyway. So one of the reasons why we have so many Triceratops specimens is that you can find them in 4 different states. There's tons and tons and tons of territory to find Triceratops. Contrast that with other dinosaurs, like, say, Diabloceratops or Cosmoceratops. Those are only known from 1 or 2 specimens each. There's much less territory for looking for those guys because the rocks that represent the time that they lived in, not as well explored and not as widespread. So, if you want to go Triceratops shopping, there's a lot of locations, I'll put it that way. Not so for some of these other ceratopsid dinosaurs. Even if they were as common during the day that they lived as Triceratops, they lived earlier than Triceratops, even if they were just as widespread and just as common, which is possible, you can't get them in all these places that you can get Triceratops. Does that make sense? Yeah. And they happen to live in good places for fossilization. Yeah, Charlie's Dragon, there's that. And also, another thing is, Triceratops got really lucky, and that a lot of those rocks that represent the time that it lived are now exposed on the surface. And that is just a matter of luck. A lot of this area is like prime territory for going out and finding fossils. I think we were talking about this yesterday or the day before. But you get a ton of Badlands topography in these areas. Just tons and tons and tons of beautiful exposed rock, just waiting to be prospected, waiting for you to go out and find fossils in it. It's incredible. Yeah. Another thing is, when we're talking about when these animals lived, here we go. This is what Earth looked like about 90 million years ago. This is kind of our idea. Sea levels were particularly high back then. The middle of North America was inundated by this shallow sea, what we call the Western Interior Seaway. All different kinds of horned dinosaurs lived and evolved all throughout this subcontinent here, Laramidia, along the east coast of Laramidia, throughout the late Cretaceous. And the seas rose and fell. The seaway would expand and contract, so you would have more habitat on land sometimes when the sea would contract, less habitat when the sea would advance. And the sea did seem to have been contracting somewhat by the time Triceratops evolves. Not to this extent. It probably was still, like, the sea was probably pretty thin going across here, but like, yeah, probably about through there. Like, maybe through when you get to, like, the central part of North Dakota, maybe. That would have been, like, beachfront property at the time. But there was certainly more room for living than there was during this interval, when all of North Dakota was inundated by seawater, you know? So Triceratops did have more land to roam, and more chances to be fossilized than some of those earlier ceratopsids. Does that make sense? Yeah. That's a big part of why Triceratops is so much more common than those other ceratopsian dinosaurs. There's a few more factors. One of them is that Triceratops is just a really popular dinosaur. After it was first discovered and showcased in museums, all of these different museums across North America all wanted a Triceratops to put on display. And so they went to where Triceratops was already found, and they found more of them, dug them up, brought them back to the museums. That's one of the reasons why we have so many Triceratops. Another reason is that we've got multiple species of Triceratops. For instance, Triceratops horridus and Triceratops prorsus. Horridus is from earlier in the Hell Creek Formation. Prorsus is in the upper Hell Creek, later in time. These could very well have been named as different genera of dinosaurs. It's kind of a fluke of history that Othniel Charles Marsh is like, yeah, I'm going to say these are different species of Triceratops. He could have called one Triceratops and called one, I don't know, Get Wrecked Copaceratops or something. He would have done that too. He hated cope. But he didn't do that. He named them both different species of Triceratops, that same genus. And so what we're calling Triceratops, we're talking about multiple species of dinosaur here. There are at least multiple phenotypes. But if he'd named them different genera, we'd probably still call them different genera to this day. In the same way that a lot of these other ceratopsids that have been named, yeah, a lot of these guys, we probably could have called them different species within the same genus if we understood them a little bit better, and we just didn't, you know? So that's part of it too. Does that make sense? So that's why Triceratops is so, some of the reasons why Triceratops, well, we have so many specimens of it. Does that make sense? There was a lot of land for it to roam. A lot of the rocks that represent its ancient environment are exposed at the surface today. They've been really well explored. Triceratops is a popular dinosaur, so that encourages more people to go dig it up and put it in their museum. And also, Triceratops is a big genus in the sense that there's multiple species in there, which is rare for dinosaurs. And so you've got different morphotypes that both get called Triceratops. All of those factors add up to there being a lot of Triceratops that have been excavated and reposited in museums. Does that make sense? Yeah. Anyhow. And Kazashi, oh boy. We talk about this all the time, and I could spend a dozen streams just talking about this one question. How do you tell the difference between species and differences between one species? Isn't that the question? I really want to bring Denver Fowler on here to do an interview at some point soon, because I think it'd be really fun to talk to him about this. My old crew chief. We'll do that one of these days, and we'll talk about that question. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. And all right, 455 says, in a 1-to-1 fight, Triceratops would likely win against a Velociraptor due to its massive size, strength, and powerful horns. To that, I say, no. Because they never would have fought. These are animals that lived millions of years apart and on different continents. Velociraptor from Mongolia, Triceratops from, what's today, United States, Canada. They never would have encountered each other. But if you do have to imagine them fighting, if they both have access to a time machine or are just itching for a fight, I guess it depends on how they want to fight, but here's the actual size for a velociraptor. It's not a big animal. Triceratops, when full grown, could get much larger. Oh yeah. Anyway, yeah. What if they got put together at Madison Square Garden? Hopefully they would form a truce and turn on their captors and fight their way out to the streets of New York City and then escape to freedom. But, I don't know. Iracabulca says hydrogen bomb versus coughing baby. That's not what you use a hydrogen bomb on, Iracabulca. Anyway, yeah. But yeah. Patrick Crusader says a velociraptor could eat its fill and barely harm the Triceratops. It's probably true. So let me take a few bites out of your tail, you know? You're not really using it that much. So let me have a little nibble. Yeah. And Danny, unimportant question, which Triceratops species is the tops? Dr. Irrefutable, the one from the top of the Hell Creek Formation. Here we go, is Triceratops prorsus. So, at the top of the Hell Creek Formation, you get these big nasal horns, that's Triceratops prorsus. Triceratops horridus, some people say it's from the lower Hell Creek. Denver Fowler isn't so sure. We don't actually have good data on where Marsh's original Triceratops horridus specimen came from. We don't have good provenance data for that. A lot of those specimens at Yale are almost scientifically useless because we don't have good data on where they came from. What good are they, you know? Denver thinks it probably comes from the lower part of the middle Hell Creek, but again, we don't know. So Triceratops horridus, it kind of needs a redescription. Like, somebody needs to get in there and redescribe that animal, probably. Because we don't know when it comes from in time, that original holotype specimen. So they should probably designate a neotype. But anyway, yeah. So the one from the top is prorsus, Dr. Irrefutable. Yeah. Anyhow. And can we tell how Triceratops attacked or defended itself from its fossils? I mean, presumably it would have used those horns to its advantage if it had to. But that beak also, really formidable. People forget about that, you know. Has anybody here in chat ever been bitten by a parrot? It could be really painful. And that's an animal with a beak that's this big, even if it's like a macaw or something. Imagine if the beak were this big. You know, this animal could cleave your head off if it wanted to. You do not want to get bitten by a ceratopsid. You're losing that arm, says Dr. Irrefutable. Yeah. I'm sorry, sir. You're, I'm afraid we're gonna have to amputate your torso. Even a little budgie's bite hurts. Yeah, imagine if that animal had a mouth big enough to go completely around your torso. And it had jaw muscles like you wouldn't believe. This is an animal that can bite you in half. Like that. Yeah. You can snap an arm like I snap a baby carrot. Bingo. Ritalin, yeah. Yeah. And a macaw can crack open a Brazil nut like it's nothing, says Lenina. A Triceratops could, I'm sure, crack open a coconut like it's a gummy bear. Yeah. But I need my torso to live, says Helvetica Scenario. Sorry, you shouldn't have gotten into a fight with a Triceratops, you know? That's a classic mistake. Triceratops would crush you in its jaws even if you had full medieval plate armor on. Oh yeah. Yeah. It would, yeah. Like hedge clippers going through a sheet of aluminum foil. Yeah. Anyway. That's the way I think of these critters. Those horns are really something, but the beak too. Don't sleep on that. Yeah, Triceratops. Really interesting animal. I've dug up a lot of Triceratops in my day. Including this specimen right here. The Yoshi's Trike site Triceratops specimen at Museum of the Rockies. This is while we were assembling that. Crazy horns on this critter. Anyhow, it's an animal near and dear to my heart. Triceratops is one of my favorites. I've got a long personal history with Triceratops. So that's one of our contestants today. Nodosaurus is its challenger. And Nodosaurus, despite being the namesake for an entire group of dinosaurs, the Nodosauridae, a whole family. The Nodosauridae, I think, right? Yeah, Nodosauridae. It is a family. Not a subfamily. Anywho, Nodosaurus, also named by Othniel Charles Marsh. This dinosaur, you find older depictions of it that look like this. Very kind of, not a lot of bells and whistles on it. Yeah, like this. If other nodosaurs, other members of this family, which are more complete, are any indication, this animal should probably have big old shoulder spikes on it. Like you see in dinosaurs like Borealopelta. Probably Hyleosaurus, or dinosaurs like that. I'm a little bit unclear as to like what is the phylogeny of Nodosaurids at this point. Are they separate from Struthiosaurs? Are they separate from dinosaurs like Gargoylosaurus from the Morrison? All that stuff. But anyway, Nodosaurus would have looked something like this. Bad matchup for old Nodo, says Brenolin. I mean, any dinosaur would have a hard time against Triceratops. Nodosaurus in particular is not known from a great deal of fossil material. Oh, look at what's this garbage? More of this AI nonsense. How is this the first Google search result?
Ew! Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
Here, let's go ahead and report that real quick. Report this result. Let's see, I have product feedback. Tell us what prompted this feedback. This is not Nodosaurus. Google is misleading users by promoting AI generated nonsense like this. All right. There we go. And can we do the thing where we block this site? I don't think it'll let me do that. It's only in Google Images that, in the results pages, that I can do that, but not in like the overview. It's garbage, nonsense. Basura. This is dog water. Frustrated. Anyway, really puts the no in Nodosaurus. There you go, isolated. Yeah. And Frizzy Izzy says, are they like Scelidosaurus? So Scelidosaurus is from much, much, much earlier in time. They are related, but distantly. Scelidosaurus is kind of like before the Ankylosaurs even evolved. It might be an ancestor of all the Ankylosaurs. So Scelidosaurus, known from the UK, is like a proto-Ankylosaur. There are some paleontologists, some ornithischian workers, who think that dinosaurs like Scelidosaurus may have given rise to both the Ankylosaurs and the Stegosaurs. But that is probably not the case, at least according to, I don't know, at least according to Jim Kirkland and other Ankylosaur workers that I've talked to. They're like, yeah, this animal gave rise to the Ankylosaurs. It's a little bit after that split between Ankylosauria and Stegosauria. Anyhow, there's a lovely Scelidosaurus right there. I like this one a lot. Oh, there's a good one too. Yeah, from Prehistoric Kingdom. Yeah. It's lovely critter, Scelidosaurus. One of those dinosaurs I'd like to see get more attention. There we go.
So far away from home.
Let's turn the volume up there and hear what Nigel Marvin has to say.
To run into a fellow Brit so far away from home. Meet Solidosaurus, an early armoured dinosaur from England and Ireland. The relationship between Solidosaurus and the other armoured dinosaurs, Stegosaurs and Ankylosaurs, is the subject of hot debate in the scientific community.
What was I telling you?
It's been well over a century since that discussion started, and we're still not completely sure where this fella fits in.
Yeah. To hear Jim say it, the morphology of the osteoderms around the neck really suggests that this animal is ancestral to the Ankylosaurs. It was on the Ankylosaur branch rather than being ancestral to Stegosaurs. But some workers might disagree. Yeah. And they've given it such a light gait for the video. It probably wasn't a super heavy animal, Kazashi. It's not particularly large, and its limbs are not that robust. It's probably a little bit more sprightly and lithe than you might imagine it. You see other depictions of Scelidosaurus or Scelidosaurus or Celidosaurus. Tomato, potato. Pronunciation doesn't matter that much as long as we know what we're talking about. Older depictions of it make it really stocky, like this right here. This is a classic Dorling Kindersley model right there. You see this in a lot of the older dinosaur books, especially from the UK. Yeah, like it looks really, really heavily built, really stocky there. Probably wasn't like that in life. Probably much more graceful. And did all dinosaurs save weight with air sacs? These guys, probably not so much. On the ornithischian side of the dinosaur family tree, they probably didn't do that as much. It's more on the Saurischia side. Sauropods and theropods are the dinosaurs that did the most of that. Not so much the bird-hipped dinosaurs. Anyhow. Does that make sense? But yeah. Anyway, this animal, not the same as Nodosaurus. Scelidosaurus is from the early Jurassic, about 190 million years ago, give or take. Nodosaurus is from, I think it's like 70 million years ago? 80 million years ago, something like that? Yeah. And it's much more heavily built.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and
oh goodness, no, we don't want that. That's really loud. Here, ooh, shoot, that's loud. Sorry. There we go. Here's a depiction of it from one of those Jurassic World video games. This isn't the worst, but it's not the best either. It sounds very piggy.
Hi, I'm Claire Deering.
Anyhow, yeah, Nodosaurus would have looked something like this. Pretty heavily built, low slung. You know, it's a substantial creature. Much heavier and bulkier than good old Scelidosaurus. It's a heavy-duty animal. Yeah. When was Nodosaurus named again? 1889. Same year as Triceratops, actually. If memory serves. And there's not a whole lot of this animal. Here's a reconstruction of it from 1921 by Richard Swan Lull, looks like. There we go. So, they didn't have a lot of this animal at the time. You know, an elbow, most of a hind limb right there, part of the tail, some armor scutes right there, some osteoderms, bit of a shoulder blade, and some of the dorsal vertebrae, and that's really it. And I think to this day, this is still all that's known of this particular ankylosaur, Nodosaurus. I think that's still all we've got. At first, Marsh thought it was a stegosaur because nobody had seen a dinosaur quite like this before. And then later, it became the namesake for a whole family. So yeah, is that still the only specimen known? I think it might be. So we're going from a dinosaur with literally maybe 1,000 specimens that have been discovered, Triceratops. And here's a dinosaur, like most dinosaurs, known from only one specimen. Nodosaurus. Yeah. Good stuff. Anyway. With that done, let's pull up some images. That's a decent one right there. We're going to use skeletals instead of life reconstructions for these guys. Triceratops horridus there, that'll work. Good stuff. There we are. And let's go ahead and put a poll together here. New poll. All right. Nodosaurus versus Triceratops. Triceratops and Nodosaurus. 3-minute duration. ready, chat? So when you're voting for your dinosaur here, vote whoever you would like I've been saying. Which one do you think is more fearsome looking? Which one is cuter? Which is bigger? Which is smaller? Which is faster? Which is whatever? Choose whatever criteria you would like, but keep in mind that you're going to be determining which dinosaur moves on to the next round. Whichever one you'd like to hear about tomorrow, pick that one. Let's go ahead and start it up.
Hold on to your butts.
There we go. Start poll. View results. Here we go. Triceratops and Nodosaurus here. There we go. Triceratops off to an early lead. Uh, 17-13, but Nodosaurus surprisingly close, only 4 votes behind. 16-19 now. 49-51%. Holy cow. Oh, and here comes some more for Triceratops. This is a much closer match than I would have expected. Holy cow, too close, says Patrick Crusader. It is a dead heat. Nodosaurus now in the lead, 24 votes. 25-26. Nodosaurus still in the lead right now. This is nuts. Bonkers. Thank you, Blue Front, for the 46 months. Tier 3. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Nodosaurus is currently beating Triceratops. Twitch chat can be quite capricious. Mizart Rule says, I love my armored dinosaurs. Sorry, no worries. Yeah. Holy cow. We're halfway through and it looks like Nodosaurus could win this one. I'm gonna have to try and come up with more things to say about Nodosaurus. If it wins, we're in a dead heat right now. 33-33. Either one of these dinosaurs could win this. Triceratops pulling ahead by a nose horn. 37-34. Got about a quarter of our time left. That is not a comfortable lead there. Nodosaurus could still win this. Who's it going to be, chat? Tension indeed, Hannies. This is... I was not expecting it to be this close. We're down to our final minute here. $41-39. Who's it gonna be? Triceratops just barely ahead there. Real nail biter. There we go, our final seconds. Score is currently 43-39. Triceratops in the lead. And there you go. Triceratops has won by a nose horn. Triceratops will be moving on to the final round. Triceratops. Well, we're gonna have Triceratops versus Preconodon, right? Shoot, I completely forgot about that matchup. Yeah, Stegosaurus versus Allosaurus might have to be tomorrow? I forgot about this matchup here. Oh well, maybe we'll do another one real quick. Yeah, we'll do another one real quick. Anyway, holy moly. Our score right there was 45-41. Super, super, super close. 45 to 41. Holy moly. And a Cepheid variable says another one. We can do that. Yeah. It's going to be a lightning round, I guess. Triceratops versus Priconodon. Let's do that. First, a few words about Priconodon. This has been a real Cinderella story so far. No glass slippers involved, but a rags to riches story. Priconodon, which is originally described based on a single tooth, very large tooth. This tooth, in fact, illustrated from 3 different angles. This is much of what we know about Priconodon. But if that is anything of an indication, this ankylosaur might have been gigantic. Maybe it's just a normal-sized nodosaur that's got crazy big teeth. But if those teeth are proportional, this animal would have been gargantuan. Priconodon. Here it is here. I really like this illustration of it. By Christopher Di Piazza. 2024. Yeah, watercolor of an adult Priconodon with 2 roughly human-sized Deinonychus in the foreground. Fossil evidence suggests Priconodon may have been a behemoth of an armored dinosaur. Lovely illustration there. But we're going to continue what we did yesterday. We're going to have a skeletal diagram from what's known of both of these dinosaurs. And we're going to use those for our matchup here. So, new poll here. Triceratops versus Priconodon. There we go. You ready, chat? This will determine who makes it into our final round here. The winner of the Cretaceous and Miscellaneous Conference. Mostly East Coast dinosaurs, but some others thrown in there too. Ready to start it off?
Hold on to your butts.
Let's do it. 3 minutes. Let's begin. Go. So our contestants, Triceratops and Priconodon. Again, showing you the fossil evidence that is known for what's published on both of these critters. And it is way closer than I thought it was going to be. Triceratops currently in the lead with 22 votes to 18 for Priconodon. People love the giant mystery ankylosaur, but I think Triceratops might take this one away. We shall see. And Dr. Irrefutable says, Danny, that is a tooth. That is not a dinosaur. It's a dinosaur's tooth. And Jim is here. Jim, you can vote in the poll for Priconodon. Jim is actually published on this critter. Is that tooth fist-sized? It's not fist-sized, but it's surprisingly big for a Nodosaurus tooth, for sure. Triceratops embiggening that lead 36 to 25, ahead by 11 points as we approach the halfway mark here. We got about a minute and a half left to vote. Son of Austerlitz says, why do we need heroic music? So it's not just me yammering this whole time. We need some kind of other noise here. Huge elephant-sized Nodosaurus, says Jim. Yeah. Jim, you'd be pleased to know that Priconodon has beaten Dryptosaurus, Barosaurus, and Torosaurus so far. It's been doing really well. Like, shockingly well for a dinosaur that's, you know, a tooth taxon. Coming up on the final stretch here. Our last 30 seconds. Here we go. It looks like Triceratops, as expected, is probably going to pull this one out. 43 to 28 is our current score. Triceratops in the lead. That's a respectable number of votes for Priconodon. Jim, you should be proud. Here we go. Final 10 seconds here. And there we go. It's Triceratops. 46 to 29. Gotta hand it to Priconodon, though. Holy cow. 29 people voted for Priconodon over Triceratops.
Iguanodon.
A dinosaur known from a few very intriguing teeth. That's impressive. It really is.
Girder.
And an appropriate song, too. Baby Elephant Walk? Wouldn't have been the size of a baby elephant. Yeah. Anywho, very, very cool. It's hard to beat an icon like Triceratops, especially when Triceratops is known from an incredible wealth of fossil material. I think Triceratops might win the whole thing. It is our number 2 seed here, after Stegosaurus at number 1. I would probably pick Triceratops over Stegosaurus. I've got a much more long-running personal connection to Triceratops. I've dug up a lot of Triceratops in my day. But anyway, at least Priconodon tried. Priconodon came really far. A huge animal based on its bones, says Jim. Yeah. I'd be eager to talk to you about it at some point in the future, Jim. Talk about Priconodon on stream. I think that'd be a lot of fun. But, yeah. Does anybody remember what our score was for, Shoot, I should have taken that as a note. Our score for Triceratops versus Priconodon was 46 to 29. It was much closer for, Triceratops versus Nodosaurus. 46 to 29.
Tradoon.
Is our score 45-41? Thank you, Hizashi. Yeah. 45 to 41, was it? No. Yeah? Yeah. Anywho. Ms. R. Rules says, I want to see the tooth. You want to see the Priconodon tooth? It might not look like much in a photograph. That might be it right there. USNM, so that'd be the Smithsonian, PAL 544138. Jim, is this the original Priconodon tooth? It doesn't quite look like the one in Marsh's illustration. But this might be it. Yeah. I think that's it. Huh. Anywho, yeah. And those are millimeters right there? That'd be kind of bonkers. Like, this is a larger tooth than you would expect from a Nodosaur. Yeah. So we've got one more matchup before we have our final championship matchup tomorrow. Triceratops is going to be moving on to our final round. But right now, from our Morrison conference over here, will it be Stegosaurus or Allosaurus? We've got both Stegosaurus and Allosaurus in the background of today's stream. Let's do it. Let's do it. Allosaurus happens to be the state fossil for the state of Utah. Here's Allosaurus jimatsoni right here. Lovely life reconstruction there. Another really nice Allosaurus right here. We talked about Allosaurus extensively over the last few streams every time we've had a matchup. But this is one of the most numerous big meat-eating dinosaurs. Probably the most numerous, actually. We've got more Allosaurus specimens than any other similarly sized theropod throughout the world, I would say. It's one of the better studied of the big theropods, too, for certain. Places like Jurassic National Monument, the Cleveland Lloyd Dinosaur Quarry, out there in Utah, that's chock full of Allosaurus. And there's been, a lot of papers published on this critter. One of the biggest meat-eating dinosaurs from the Jurassic of North America. And like I said, the most numerous big one. Allosaurus has had a lot of cool depictions in popular culture. One of the most beloved, I would say, would be this Walking with Dinosaurs trailer. Or Walking with Dinosaurs special, excuse me. Allosaurus, the Ballad of Big Al. Here is the trailer.
He was a ferocious hunter.
And I gotta way up the volume here. Here we go.
He was a ferocious hunter.
Al is frequently wounded.
Born into a world of hard knocks.
He has a torn arm, ripped claw, and smashed ribs.
A young romantic.
She is not interested.
He lived to kill or be killed.
These youngsters only have a few weeks of protection before the mothers view them as fast food.
From his first breath to his last, life for Big Al was an enormous adventure.
Never seen this.
Is
I'd
his
recommend
story.
lots of
A
it.
Walking with Dinosaurs special, Christmas Day, 4:35, BBC One.
Yeah. Allosaurus, the Ballad of Big Al. I've actually worked with the holotype specimen of Allosaurus. Excuse me, no. The original Big Al specimen, not the holotype. What am I saying? I need to wrap this up pretty soon. I'm getting loopy. But I think I've got Al's claw over here. Give me just a second. Let me find that. Bingo. I know I've told this story before, but I'll say it again briefly. Back when I taught a summer science camp to kids in San Francisco about paleontology, I would have them watch, I think the whole thing, Allosaurus, the Ballad of Big Al, a Walking with Dinosaurs special, and it centers around one individual Allosaurus. I bet you I can show you the beginning here. Here we go. Yeah. Just to give you a sense for how this starts. Oh. kind of love this whole angle that they use on this. It's kind of sentimental. It's kind of beautiful. Gets me right here in the heart, you know? So I had my students watch this whole thing. Just kind of fall in love with Big Al throughout the runtime of that Walking with Dinosaurs special. And then when, spoiler alert, when he dies at the end, he talks about how his fossils were discovered and studied. Kids were like, legitimately sad. And then I pulled this out. I had it wrapped up in like a field scarf. I pulled this out and showed it to them, and I said, let's pass this around. This is a cast that I made of Big Al's thumb claw back when I worked at Museum of the Rockies. They passed this around like it was a holy relic. It really made an impact on them, I think, and that was a really special moment. Because here they're thinking of this individual dinosaur as like a living, breathing animal, and they're bonding with this critter and learning about science in the meantime, learning about how we can make inferences about how these animals would have lived, what they ate, kind of habitat that they inhabited. It was really special, you know? It was one of my prouder moments of science education, especially with kids, you know? There's that right there. This lovely thumb claw. It's not particularly big for an Allosaurus claw, but this is, you know, an exact copy, a molded and cast replica. Same exact size and shape, and all the details are exactly like in the original. Yeah. But yeah, Allosaurus. And then, its challenger for today, Stegosaurus. One of everybody's favorite dinosaurs. This is a dinosaur that is better known to the general public than Allosaurus is. Many people's very favorite dinosaur. We happen to have Stegosaurus emotes here in our chat. Can we get some Stegosaurus emotes going? It's one of those dinosaurs that every kid knows. Where's that clip? There we go.
Stegosaurus, 25 feet long, weighing 4 tons. A versatile sort of chap. He won a lot of arguments in his time, but very few beauty contests.
Don't say that about Stegosaurus. This is a gorgeous animal.
No wonder Dinoland is so popular with so many fair visitors.
Yeah, so this particular Stegosaurus model right here, I don't know if it's the original or if it's a cast from the same mold, but you can see it in front of Dinosaur National Monument. There we go. Near Jensen, Utah. There it is there. And it is beautiful. It is a really beautiful sculpt. It's just gorgeous. They've got one in Cleveland as well. So this would have been July 2023. There we go. Before I went back out to the field again, I spent some time in Ohio. There's me with the Cleveland Stegosaurus here. Lovely. I really like the orange color on this one. I think it's phenomenal. And here's Ios and Lordy. with that same Stegosaurus. I was on the trip with them. Lovely. A beloved dinosaur. Everybody loves Stegosaurus, you know? Nodosaurus, it's the namesake for a whole group of dinosaurs, but Stegosauria is even larger than Nodosauridae. Yeah, or it'd be a higher taxonomic ranking at least. Here, I wonder if we can find when I encountered that Stegosaurus at Dinosaur National Monument. I bet you we can find that. That sounds right. There we go.
But this is from about a little bit less than halfway through the age of dinosaurs. We'll be talking about the stratigraphy and everything in detail in just a little bit, but first, take a look at this. Does anybody recognize this guy? Of course, it's Stegosaurus, but this particular Stegosaurus model, does anybody recognize it? We talked about this in some detail.
It's from Sinclair Dino Land. Yeah, I know. We already talked about this, Danny.
Esther the Dreamer. How are you?
Stego 2
On this
Paleo
channel,
Stego 1 Paleo.
the same exact model was at the 1964 New York World's Fair.
Yeah,
we talked all
Paleo
about
Stego
this
1 Paleo Stego 2
on this
Paleo
channel,
Stego 1 Paleo Stego 2
a couple
Paleo
of months
Stego
ago.
1 Paleo Stego 2.
And holy cow, it's of course way out of date. We now know Stegosaurus looked very different from this, but just artistically, this is a beautiful sculpt.
Yeah,
it's
it's
super
lovely.
well done. Despite the dragging tail, despite the kind of droopy head and neck, despite the fact that it's too chonky and not the kind of graceful stegosaur that we'd recognize today, it is still super well done. Amazing how it's it's kind of stood the test of time. It's been repainted many times since it moved here to Dinosaur National Monument. Originally, I think it was just kind of a dull green. At the 1964 World's Fair, at the Sinclair Dino Land exhibition. But he's held up quite well here.
I do like that they've gussied up the plates a little bit, made them a little bit more vibrant.
And we will see a bunch of stegosaur material up on the fossil wall in the quarry.
So when I was here in 2014 at the mid-Mesozoic meeting, that Stegosaurus had a different paint job at the time. Let's see if I can find you a photo of that, because it was much more, much more garish. Alright. Do I have that photo here? Cross your fingers. I hope I do. I do. Here's me in 2014 with that same model. Yeah, they were really giving it some like dazzle camouflage almost, really trying to break up that silhouette. Interesting design choice here. Yeah. Anyway, this is much more recent here.
We're also going to heed the sun here.
Do not climb on the Stegosaurus.
I like that a lot. Yeah. But yeah. Very cool.
Anywho, Stegosaurus. Nowadays, Stegosaurus, you know, we reconstruct it much more like this. Much more kind of graceful, upright, sprightly. Than that kind of low-slung critter you saw earlier. So anyway, Allosaurus versus Stegosaurus. This is our matchup right now. I could just use this image. So without further ado, let's get into it. Stegosaurus versus Allosaurus. New poll right here. Stegosaurus versus Allosaurus. Allosaurus and Stegosaurus. 3 minutes. Really important matchup here. Which of these dinosaurs is going to make it into the championship round, the final round? Our final 2 dinosaurs, it's going to be one of these guys. You ready, chat? Let's do it.
Hold on to your butts.
Start poll. View results. Here we go. Stegosaurus versus Allosaurus. The choice is yours. Stegosaurus currently winning with 19 to Allosaurus is 14. This is just the beginning. It's still anybody's match here. Lordy says, tough choice. I think I know which one you're going to pick, Lordy. Stegosaurus, I think, is Lordy's favorite dinosaur. So which of these dinosaurs will be going up against Triceratops tomorrow in our final round? You know, I love this. First ever Marsh Madness. I feel like it's been a success so far. A lot of Thagomizer injuries in Allosaurus bones. That's true, Murph. But a lot of bite marks on Stegosaurus bones. From Allosaurus, presumably. Alright, and this is a matchup that happened many times in the Jurassic IRL. Yes, indeed, Tone Rebellion. Happened IRL, not in a different category. I don't think it was streamed very many times, though. And Charlie's Dragon says, both good picks. If Stegosaurus wins, we'll have 2 very well-known dinosaurs in the final matchup. Yeah. Frankly, Allosaurus is really well known too, but and Rushwing says, I can't not vote for the Jurassic Peacock. Yeah, Stegosaurus, very flamboyant dinosaur, very showy, like a peacock. And Handy says, that Stegosaurus is a baby to protect. I'd be careful. Sage advice. Look at that head held high. There you go, Murph. Yeah, I tried to do that in my my emotes there as well. Show that kind of dignified, upright, sprightly posture. And here we go, final stretch. Stegosaurus currently leading Allosaurus by 6 points. Well, that lead is closing, 33 to 38 now. Final seconds here. It looks like Stegosaurus might take this away. Allosaurus closing the gap. Final stretch. It's a tie. Holy cow. In the final second there, it's a tie. We're going to have to pick this up tomorrow. Holy cow. A tie. Rematch tomorrow. Allosaurus versus Stegosaurus. You can't write this stuff, folks. It's true, Ordo's bassist. Yeah, a cliffhanger. Make sure you tune in to tomorrow's stream. We will figure out which of these 2 dinosaurs will continue on to go against Triceratops for our final round. Holy cow. And with that, We're going to wrap up today's stream. Here's a Deinonychus skull to run our credits over. Don't go away just yet. We're going to find somebody else to raid into. Maybe somebody doing some science. You know what? Rhacodactylus is on, talking science. We're going to go raid in there. And then I'll update Blue Sky with this too, with the final results. There we go. And Wobbles, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Good to have you here. Phenomenal. We're gonna go right into Rhacodactylus, who's talking about well, some of his work in cognitive science. It's always a good time. Rhacodactylus studies why people believe weird things, whether it's conspiracy theories or pseudoscientific stuff or whatever. That's what he studies. So if that sounds interesting to you, oh, we're about to go hear from an expert about this. Anyhow, everybody, thank you so much for today's stream. I really appreciate your enthusiasm, your questions, your curiosity, and your financial support. Moderators, I appreciate you and all of your hard work here and your dedication. You don't have to do this, and yet you still do, and I really appreciate that tremendously. We'll have our championship match from March Madness tomorrow, and then our rematch of Allosaurus versus Stegosaurus 2. We'll do that early in tomorrow's stream, so tune in then for that. Anyway, let's go check out Rhacodactylus. I'll see you there, everybody. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.